running commentary, things as they happen. We are going to comment on them. With your help, would be even better. So we can make like a community, like a collective observing society. Chess wise, we'll be discussing all the stuff that we're thinking, and hopefully, we're gonna do things better and better every single day. Alrighty, so now we are looking live as they produce their best ideas. The man himself, Magnus, playing Abbasov, the super GM from Azerbaijan. And it's a very intriguing, very interesting position here, as you could notice at this moment. Because they played, I think, a Sicilian canal Moscow variation, something with a bishop taking on c6 the knight, and then the pawn on d took. So that's two double pawns on the c. And then another trade. No, actually, Magnus, I think, sacked the pawn and he didn't take it back just for the reason of giving two double pawns on the E again. And then he pushed the G pawn. Then he advanced the G pawn as if it just, no, just complete. I mean, you wouldn't think about that one. My days, this is just, he wants to attack on the king side, that is. Now, how this is going to happen? Definitely going to see it. Now, this guy probably would like to be moving. We still yet to decide exactly where exactly the bishop on c1 wants to go. Is it b2 or would you like to play this? But that would be more trading. Maybe you don't want to trade. I don't think Magnus wants to trade the knights. Probably he just want to play something like this. Trying to see if he can elicit from black any pawns advancement or something. Although this is incredibly risky for Abbasov to actually opening up the G file. So I'm not fully convinced. Not fully convinced. We are yet to see what's going to happen here. So let me know your thoughts, guys, if you think you had some suggestions here in regards of the white or black's development. It's Abbasov's turn. He'll probably need to do something with the bishop. So if you had blacks, probably you would think, what do I do? And if it's too early to say if black wants the castle, definitely you want to get this bishop somehow active. So you got to think. Is c4 too crazy of an idea to play it? I mean, this is looking incredibly wild. c4 will create a little bit of disruption here. Yeah, you could take it back. You could. But also you open up this guy. So just as a wild idea, c5 is a very unhappy pawn because blocks. The advancement cannot be just ignored, I reckon. You've got to react to that thing. It'll just open up too much. So after c4 were to happen, just saying, I reckon white should take immediately. Either pawn or knight. It's not very clear would what. If it happens to take with the knight, then black can play a check with tempo, that is. So I know it sounds crazy, but maybe you gotta consider at some point moves like c4. I don't even know if the engine endorses of it. Not sure about it, so I don't know if the engine said, yeah, sure, go ahead. We're going to check anyway, but now I'm just taking it at the first glance, just trying to figure out best play for black, best play for white. That's why I'm doing it, frankly. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I would have done something else. So I'm looking at black's perspective now. Abbasov Nija. How do I pronounce that? Well, Abbasov, just for the time being. So this kind of move probably will have to be sort of played. If you don't push the c4, which I think bears a couple of positive consequences. Hello there, step 65. Just looking at this beautiful position and I'm waiting to see if they play bishop e7. Yes, they did. So I had two candidate moves before actually Abbasov moved the bishop. I had c4 and bishop e7. These are my candidate moves for black here. So he chose bishop e7. Now I really want to ask to inquire with the engine if c4 actually was at least to be considered, or it's completely preposterous idea. And my interpretation step was that if this guy goes forwards, it does create a little bit of disruption here. Plus, the white king will not be able to be castled, and if it's long castling, hey, that's just for the better, because it opens up all the dark squares for the bishop. So I am going to ask now the engine if c4. Actually, I'm going to play it, and let's see what the Valbar says. So currently we got plus 0.98. Hey, step. This was apparently the engine loves the move c4. He loves the move c4. I just played it for black. And I thought that Abbasov should have played this. Again, you've got this kind of ideas. You're creating disruption here. And you must do this kind of stuff. And I'm happy, actually, the engine, it doesn't reject it. It's still sort of debating within itself, the AI, if I may express it in this manner. But it makes a ton of sense for my human understanding at this level. C4 didn't go bad or worse than it previously was. Anyway, so at the end of it all, plus 0.82, whereas bishop e7. Well, look at the eval bar. Bishop e7 makes it even worse for black. I guess the move c4, if had been played previously, as I've suggested, would have put just a bit more problems for white. Whereas bishop e7 does not put any problem for white of any kind whatsoever. It's just a developing move, and it's a very shy, timid one, because where does the bishop go? Where? Where do you go with the bishop? I mean, I know you have to develop. I'm aware. But c4 was something really cool to consider. And the engine said that would have been better than the bishop e7 that's been played just a few seconds before. White is definitely better. It is definitely better. But it's worse with bishop e7. Yeah, okay. But at least you had a bishop with, dominating the dark squares. More or less. I mean, what else, really? Because now we're going to go into boa constrictor type of game in which Magnus going to tighten and tighten and tighten until complete suffocation. You know, you can't. You've got to put some fuel and light it up. C4 probably. Now let's see what the engine would have played. The engine would have played Queen C7, which is plus 0.98. Queen A5. Okay. Bishop E7. My suggestion, it's not to being seen amongst the engine's lines. And I've suggested this craziness. Hey, it's something. It has some virtues. It does have some quality behind it. You know, and actually the engine really, I mean, first, he didn't propose, he didn't suggest the move, the AI. But actually, it's not being dismissed as worse than whatever it's been suggested. Yeah. Okay, BC. I get it. BC. But still, at least you got a bishop. Do you know what I mean? You've got a bishop, so okay. I'm not the boss of at the minute. When I'll be there, I'll decide on my own account. But now, hey, they've been played. Let me just toggle off those lines. Bishop e7. Magnus now thinks. Well, Magnus has initiative now. Now he can decide on the future strategy here, what to do. Now, given the fact that Magnus can't castle now, unless he wants to do long castling, probably you gotta do something with this bishop. Bishop b2, that springs to mind as a very natural way to behaving. Bishop b2. Can you do bishop a3? Probably you sort of can, but queen a5, I'm not sure anymore. I'm just not sure. Probably bishop b2. Probably saying, what other ideas? So now I'm gonna highlight and put the yellow paint with the candidate moves that I'm personally identifying at this stage. So that would be one candidate move. Sort of makes sense. Does it make sense to play knight e4? Given the fact you don't have a bishop, but it might be a check. If this were to happen, then you can just simply block with tempo. So knight e4, queen a5, bishop d2. I don't think it's bad for white in particular, advancing a knight over to the king side. I don't think it's bad. Might be eliciting black to play something reckless like f5, thus weakening tremendously this diagonal. Okay, knight e4, bishop b2, queen e4. You probably could. You probably could, queen e4. If you manage to force, so to speak, bishop b7, it's a small victory. But probably Abasov would be playing queen c7. So queen e4, and I reckon they'll be playing queen c7. Probably. So, yeah, not fully convinced at the minute. Also, blocking this pawn to coming down, it's incredibly important thought. I'm telling you, I'm really surprised why he didn't push the c4. This is important. If I was Magnus, probably I would be just contemplating knight c4, maybe. If they take, you happily take with b, and you block this bishop here forever. If forever. Oh, c4, it's something that Abasov should consider and should play it, frankly, as soon as possible. Yes, Abasov needs to play c4. That freaking pawn has to disappear. This guy has to move away from the bishop's diagonal. Abasov shouldn't have delayed. He should have played it. The engine said that if they played it previously, actually, he would have been a bit better than plus 1.25. So that c4 has to disappear. That c5 black pawn has to move, amongst others. I think it's a bit too premature to push this guy now, unless you want to play knight c4 first, thus clearing the way for the bishop. That might be another thought. Knight c4. If bishop takes, actually, it's an active black bishop. So if this black bishop takes your knight, probably is good for white to some extent, because this bishop is actually active. It's dangerous, active. So knight c4 blocking the pawn. Sort of, if black takes, you're going to take back probably with b. Probably with the b pawn. So you can have this as well. And then potentially this kind of ideas. Yeah, we take it step by step. So this one, in the light of revealing the bishop's diagonal, potential pawn's advancement at some point. That's for one. Secondly, knight c4 blocks the c5 pawn in. So if black wants to get rid of this knight, they will have to exchange to trade a very active bishop. Very active bishop. So knight c4. After some internal deliberation with myself, I probably reached the conclusion that knight c4 makes a lot of sense. Again, bishop b2, knight c4 ideas. Queen e4, maybe. I haven't even considered. I looked at it, but I haven't voiced the h4 idea. Maybe it's too premature. Maybe it's just too overextended. c4 for Magnus. I thought about that one. I didn't make any comments about it because it weakens d3. I don't think it's the best ever on the planet. I don't want to create a weakness on d3. Just saying, this kind of ideas. You know? If you push c4, you have to be ready to defend d3 twice or maybe thrice. So that's I'm not keen on pushing c4, but knight c4 for sure. You can't have them all, you see. You can't have them all. I would like to play c4, but I don't want this guy to be protected by the queen all the time. And then if they get a rook here, what do I do? What do I do? Do I stop moving the king now? I don't like that. Knight c4, bishop b2. These are my candidate moves, guys. If you want to make a different suggestion, you're more than welcome. And actually, I'm quite interested to hear your thoughts on this. I don't think it's strong enough of h4. I don't think g5. Let me tell you something interesting about g5 right now. If this pawn were to take, this guy on e5 just disappears. You take it straight away. Knight takes, queen takes. Bishop f6. Very, very, very weird stuff. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about this. Okay, let's play knight c4 first, or bishop b2 if you want to. But what the heck? Let's ask the engine. Bishop b2, says the engine, and g5. Bishop b2 and g5. That's what the engine says right now. Bishop b2 was the first very idea that crossed my mind. The first very thought. The first thought. And then I looked at knight c4. I'm going to play knight c4 and let's see the eval bar. I'm just going to play knight c4. So plus 125. They're still sort of debating. Apparently places black in a better position. Because, why? Bishop takes? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Bishop takes. And you got to take with the D pawn. Probably because of queen's incursions on a5. It's not a very happy idea. The engine doesn't love it. But the engine does love the bishop b2 idea. So I had these, but apparently knight c4 is bad. At the end of it all, probably there is something major weaknessing with the queen a5 and stuff. So, kidoki. Oh. Okay, bishop b2. Sense. g5, a bit premature. I mean, it just feels like, okay, what was the idea with g5, queen a5, bishop b2, knight d6, castle long? Oh, Jesus. Castle long, both of them. So you tell me that I have g5 and then take. What do I do here? I don't want particularly capture here, right? Because this, and if I take one more time, they're gonna... Nah, I'm taking on e6 with check. Oh my god. This is actually great. I didn't take it one step forward, and actually I missed some ideas. So, actually, I think you can take on e5. Knight takes, queen takes, bishop f6, and you take with tempo on e6 check. And now, if the king moves on f8, you might have potentially the tempo to save the rook in a corner. With rook b1, probably. Probably that's the stuff, right? What does the engine say? The engine say, nah, you shouldn't be touching this guy. Bishop b2 again. Bishop b2, knight e4, a4, queen e3, a3. Bishop b2 is one of those ideas that you may want to apply. Yeah, so bishop b2. You know, we all remember that the fianchettos and the bishop development should be following very soon after you push a b3, g3 on. It's good to have that bishop on. You're really hitting some pieces. And after bishop b2, g5 becomes incredibly strong again. So bishop b2, then g5 does mean some business. So that's something. Yeah. Bishop b2, c4. Yeah, absolutely. So bishop b2, and you suggest c4. Let me think. C c4 in principle can't be a bad move. DC, so D takes C is the best, probably in the light of castle long and the rook hitting the queen potentially, I reckon. So DC, queen C7, castle long. Both of them castle long. I think it's more painful for black to castle long, given the pawn structure, which is horrendous, which is absolutely horrendous. So still not the most glorious approach, but probably that's not too many good ideas for black. It's just not too many good ideas for black because the pawn structure is so bad. And this interesting line in the canal attack that it's worth looking at. And many GMs played it. Many GMs played it. Even Cho played it, and many super strong grandmasters play it. The Rosalimo Moscow variation, canal attack something. There's got some variations, and I think that's the name of it. So let's go for the very beginning and look at this one, people. E4, C5, knight F3, knight C6, and now bishop B5. Hell, you can play here D6, you could play A6, D6, E6. Takes, right? B takes. B3. D6. And now Magnus plays something very interesting. E5. Which Abasov took. And that's how we got into that weird pawn structure position. I mean, he just built it up, you know? He built it up. D3. I mean, hey, natural moves, okay? It's just normal stuff. F6. I'm not sure about the F6 idea, but I mean, F6, you know, you just want to preserve the E5 with F6. You want to keep your pawn now if you took it. And that's what happened. Knight H6. I mean, he couldn't have possibly played knight to E7. You're just blocking this guy. I mean, this is weird. Knight H6 because this guy now covered the bishop. Rook to G1 by Magnus. So Magnus plays, you know, just for the win. Obviously, he plays for the win. Bishop A6. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, what else can you do here? Knight F7 now. Bishop E7 now. No, Knight F7 probably. Bishop A, but he did play Knight F7. Eh? Queen E2. Bishop E7. Here, C4 would have been a better choice. The engine actually gives better chances for black, fighting chances for black after C4 had been played, if it were to happen right at this moment. Bishop E7 instead, Bishop B2, which he just played it, and Queen A5 right now on the board, guys. Queen A5 right now on the board. Hello there, Baboon, how's it going? Yeah, we're just looking at the live game between Magnus and Abasov. Hey, C4 had just been played. The engine is not particularly fond of C4. He just wants to neutralize a couple of stuff. He wanted to make that bishop a little bit blocked, C5 blocked, so the bishop on E7 is really blocked. I mean, this guy is really blocked. It's blocked by its own pieces. So he wanted to stack things on the queen side so that he can actually focus on the center and king side attack, probably. And because he noticed the queen moved away, but then again, d3 would be Magnus's weakness in this game. Yeah, I reckon if queen were to move back, you always have this kind of ideas. Probably. I mean, what else? He calculated he actually can get the knight on d2 via e4. So in the light of pushing g5 makes a lot of sense. And he assumed the fact that any rook attacking, I mean, you already got a queen, one. If there's any problem, you got to play this and this if you got the necessary tempo, and you do. I'm okay, brother. How's it going? Yeah. So you're welcome to voice your ideas about the current positions and evolutions of the game. Abasov to move now. I like this game. I really like the game. I like the game because move 13 and no one castled. I love it. It's very exciting what people do not castle. It's very exciting because it's going to be some very sharp chess being played and crazy lines, unorthodox approaches. So classical chess, standard chess is not really that dead. Can I say that? So the standard chess is not really like exhausted in terms of variations and stuff. It's not. It's just not. There are many, very many unexplored lines and variations on probably most of the openings. No, so it's not that finished. So yeah, I do love Fisher Random is awesome, but the standard chess presents itself very nicely. Okay, back to our business now. I suspect Magnus can always play something like King F1 to free up this knight. In the moment he played C4, actually, for the time being, you've got a respite. Okay, it just feels a little bit awkward to play King F1, I'll tell you that. Instinctively, getting King to F1 where the other guy has the bishop at some point just makes me feel like uncomfortable. I don't do that. I mean, even the potentiality of that bishop hitting on that diagonal just gives me uncomfortable sensations here. G5 by Abaso. Boy, oh boy, that screams for H4. Blimey. I don't know if that's the correct, but I mean, I'm just saying. The first thing, when I saw G5, oh, okay, take H4, boom. And H4 attacks the G5, and this guy is also critical. It's being like quite a few times hit. So probably H4 as an idea. What other candidate moves, ladies and gents? You tell me. King F1? Oh boy, I don't think so. This guy's a little bit pinned, right? No, it is absolutely pinned. Let's just put it bluntly. That's an absolute pin. You cannot move the white knight. And actually, it's important to move that knight. Will Magnus be playing King D1? But that's another funky stuff. We've got a rook. Bloody hell. Ugh. You tell me. Let's look at crazy moves. I think Magnus is like 60 minutes, the other guy 60 minutes. Let's look at crazy stuff. Let's look at H4. Hey, I called H4 in the first second G5 had been played. And I've said H4 in that very moment. And Magnus played it. At least the move I played like Magnus. At least the move. You wanna bet Abbasov gonna play H6? You don't wanna take here. He's not crazy. He's not going to take on H4. He's going to play H6. You're actually hoping White's going to close things here so you can peacefully castle, or at least... Let me tell you something crazy. You want to hear something crazy? H5. Is that crazy enough? I'm not sure it's wise, though. I'm sure it's wise, though. Maybe a Basso thinks, you know something? Look, you play Carlsen at this stage. You got to go very rogue. This and whatever the heck you need to consider castle long. And it's going to be a tough match. H6. Okay, I called H6 the first move. Magnus now not going to do nothing about this G5. He's going to let things as they are. And instead focusing on, maybe I'm pinning this guy. Rook H1? I don't think so. Do you know why? The guy going to castle long. I mean, he going to castle long. I don't want to do this. I want to leave the rook on G for the time being, I guess. I don't think you have to play rook. You could. You kind of can, but I just don't like it. But then again, I'm very fallible in my thinking very many times. So what can I say? Rook H1. Okay, castle long. So what do you actually do? You're going to close it then? So, I mean, this just doesn't make any sense, I guess. Leave the tension. I think that's important. Leave that one until we figure out what black plays. I think black wants to castle long. Otherwise, they're mad. They have to castle long. They must castle. So, It pains me to say, but probably king f1 I'm considering at this stage because I want to play knight e4 for added pressure on the g5. So I know it's just, I mean king d1 I can't consider because of long castle or just simply a black rook on the d file. I cannot, in good conscience, consider. Although king d1 and king c2. I mean, this is just, oh boy, oh no, king d1, king c2. Do we want to do this? Just saying, do we really? I mean, you know, and then this kind of. Hello, Abdallah. So, look, there's just some setbacks. I mean, you can't just stick. What do you? Oh, he played your move, brother. He played rook h1, okay? But he's not gonna push h5. I think I could say that he will not be pushing h5. It doesn't make any sense. He's not gonna do nothing. If black castle's long, what are you going to do? Because then it doesn't make sense to just take on g5, I reckon. Abbasov gonna castle long. You need to connect the black rooks because something ugly is gonna happening here. And rook here, I think it's one of those things. And you know something, ladies and gents, Magnus used to have like almost +1. Now he's on like plus 0.60 something. So he sort of lost that. You know, let me go back. Let me go. This is an incredibly important moment in the game. I'm absolutely eager to know what the heck the Stockfish 15 thinks White should be playing. Let's find out. Rook h1, hg, okay-ish, castle long. Castle long, castle long. I mean, I didn't even consider that castle long because of this. I don't want to give a pawn, and I don't want to put my king where my opponent queen is. I mean, it's not a human thought. This is just not a human-like thought. You gotta be very unhuman. You've gotta be a beast to play castle long. You've gotta be just not human. Castle long. Oh, give me a break. Castle long? Really? Really, Simon? Castle long. No, I can't consider that. Rook h1 had been played, so you were right about this. Rook h1, castle, 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 king b... What? King b8, hg, hg. Okay, cool. Let's go back now to the current position on the board. Rook h1 had been played by Magnus. Okay. Okay. Let me tell you another crazy thought. Well, not that crazy now. I think it's getting very domesticated. It's getting very tamed at this stage. You know why? Black gonna castle long. Magnus gonna push this guy, and he potentially plans on this. Probably. So he then wants to get the rooks over to this side and play this kind of stuff. Bang and boom and bang and this kind of ideas. That's, yeah, okay. I've called the castle long and it made a ton of sense for Abbasov to castle queenside. This game, ladies and gents, is not over. This is not over. D3 is a weakness for white. This little guy on d3 is a bit of a weakness. He's going to gang up on this one with maybe this kind of ideas at some point, saying. At some point. Now, Magnus probably contemplates blocking stuff here. I mean, he got to connect the rooks. If you want to attack on the queen side, you need both rooks, right? So how do you get the both rooks into attack? You're going to play king d1 and king c2? Or you're going to play king f1, king g2? You tell me. But first, you got to play h5, which means wasting over tempo. You've got to use a tempo in order to play that stuff. So he did it. He just did it. He just did it. Castle long. He did it. If queen, king here, and then this. So that's a bit, so ladies and gentlemen, that looks like the a2 is a bit of a poison pawn. That's what we call in chess, for our friends that maybe started the chess career recently. This pawn on e2 looks like that kind of classical poison pawn. If queen touches it, they will be in a very awkward position after moves like king c2, announcing rook d1 to rook a1, thus hitting queen and bishop. And I think you've got a problem because as soon as queen a2, king c2, you got to retreat immediately. And after rook a1, you've got to save the queen with either b or c7. You name it, which one you think is better. But, sorry, apologies. b6 because you lose the bishop. But then guess what white plays? They're going to be playing something like probably doubling up, rook a3, followed by rook h to a1. And then you got another issue here. So for this reason being mentioned now, I hope it's clear that a2 is a poison pawn. You can't take it because you're going to pay a very big price, a very heavy price. Problem for black is that the c5 pawn has been blocked. It's just blocking the bishop. The bishop can't do too much. Maybe the oopsie, this and that. But a2 can't really be taken. So, Step, you're right with your assessment. Yes. Yes, you were right. Long castle. Okay. Feel free at any point, ladies and gents, to drop in comments in regards with stuff you think people should be playing here. Black, white, Abasov, Magnus. Okay. Weaknesses for white. This guy on d3. This is the problem for white. Actually, the only problem, if I may say that, is the pawn on d3. We've established that the pawn on e2 can't be touched. Therefore, d3 is white's only weakness. It might be able to, Abasov might be able to create another weakness by taking this guy, perhaps, but that's weird. There's this or that. So if this were to happen and this, then you gotta just move a rook here immediately. And that means you're just giving up on the d file, which is important to hit the d3. So I'm not sure if Abasov would take on h4 for this reason. Hello, Pranav. Good to see you. Good to see you, brother. I mean, I wanted to do Prague and the Fide Women World Cup, but I'm kind of like glued to this match now, so I can't do 4 at once. I mean, I could, but I'm losing touch with the current game here. I mean, if you guys insist, we may be moving briefly towards other games. Only if you insist. If you guys do not insist, I'm not gonna budge. Vox Populi, voice of the people. We love democracy, don't we? So, okay. In d3, yeah, that's the only weakness. Okay, how can black attack that guy? Queen c7, one tempo, queen d7. But then, you know something? Knight plays e4. And yeah, and if you're going at some point back, we could just play king b1. I think white king is okay-ish. White king is okay-ish. I think they should stay where they are. It's fine. They should stay right where they... How do we open the B? Well, we can't open the B now. It's black's turn anyway. Look, this guy is very good. Abasov is relentlessly an attacking kind of guy. So he's not that impressed. The only thing I think he battles his own ideas about Magnus. You know, that's what they call Magnus effect, Nakamura's effect. When you're versing someone who's incredibly hyped and who's been proven as an incredibly strong player and number 1 in the world and number 2 and etc. etc. Psychologically, you are impressed and you might be playing less combative chess because of that. But Abasov seems to be quite a fighter. So he loves to fight. And I think he's going to give Magnus a very tough match. He's going to give Magnus a fight. And I think this is the right way to play. It could be no other way to play. They're playing combatively. Not crazy reckless move. Not crazy chess. I mean crazy chess, but you know, to make sense. I think it's an excellent. It's a superb. It's a splendid game right before our very own eyes now. Hello, Clint. Yeah, time to refill the coffee cup. Okay, we got another one. And then we'll have another one. Okay. Cool stuff. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love what I see. And if you guys joining me, even the better. I mean, I love this game so much. Beautiful. Guys, do you want to have a very quick pick to Prague and the ladies' Fide Cup? Let me know. Okay, let's go. Yeah, do you want to, guys? Shall we have a quick look at Prague? And then perhaps the ladies' Fide? Right. Prague here and Caruana. That's another beautiful game. I mean, I'm so sorry. Look, I'm being biased, okay? I just watched the Abasov and Carlsen. But these guys also are formidable players. My whole admiration for Fabian Prague. What do you I mean? Look, this is more balanced. This is more balanced. There is tension here and here. There is tension here. There is. But it's more balanced than the super crazy, the previous one, which I think I like it more. This one is more settled. It feels like it's more settled here. See? I think white is happy with this rook on the b file. Just saying. Very happy. Rook on b1. I mean, you cannot not love that rook on b1. It's just splendid. Hey, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Rook a to b8. Makes sense. Makes ton of sense. If you push this pawn forwards, you're giving up on the c, just as an idea. And you are activating a bishop diagonal a7 to f2 pretty much forever. So that's a thing that Fabi needs to consider. Can you consider b6? Is that crazy? But you can't really shut it off, can you? Knight takes, what do you do? Takes and take. No, that's a disaster. You can't play b6. Can you play a5? Just asking, can you play a5 with the purpose to push b6? Can you do that? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hell, you can. And actually, it's good. If you play a5 and then take, thank you very much. And then this. If you play a5 and then do, I don't know what black does. There are other thoughts. You might be potentially able to push b5 to b6, guys. Potentially. So I think I'm loving a5 idea. What do you think? Clint, Step, the other fellas, if they're around. What do you think, guys? Is a5 playable? Let's ask the Almighty. No. The engine wants h3 and b takes a. But I'm going to play a5 just in any case. h3. Why the hell? Just to create a little bit of window for the king to play h2 on long term? Or because of this and this, amongst others? Step h3 is the last of the lastest of the most lastest ever things to consider on my radar to play. Because I'm such a human player, and h3 is, I mean, there is some meaning to it, don't get me wrong, but boy, I wouldn't play h3. Not in a million. If you give me this game like a million lifetimes, probably I wouldn't play it. King h1, the only reason you would like to do king h1 is because you are preparing to kind of like push the f and you're fearing this. Or you've got a problem with the bishop on a7. And I thought if I do a5, I'm gonna clarify this bishop somehow. Oh, jeez. You know, let me just play. So plus 0.48. Let me just play a5. Let's see how worse. Let's just see how worse. I mean, I want to see what's bad with a5. Can someone just tell me what is that bad with a5? And it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Plus 0.43, okay? So a5, which I had suggested, goes towards, I mean, it's still debating. The AI still evaluates. Still evaluates. The engine still evaluates. But I like a5 because I want to play b6, exactly for addressing the bishop on a7 idea. That is why I want to do a5. No, the engine says it's not a bad one. Actually, he starts to actually getting in love with this move. He's more and more and more attracted by a5. There you go, plus 0.61 at the minute. So after all, I would definitely play a5, and you could forget about h3. For various reasons. Actually, it's getting even better. Clint, it's getting even better. a5 is a stuff that makes a ton of sense. If black takes, I'm going to take, again, preparing a very strong battery on the b. I don't think black should be taken. If black doesn't take, I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but what I do want to play is b6. 1, 2, 3. And hopefully I'll be shutting off this bishop on a7, because the problem amongst others is the bishop on a7. I don't know if I'm able to really do a passed pawn, but I absolutely want to shut off that bishop. That bishop is dangerous. That bishop has to disappear or to be blocked one way or another. An a5 offers some perspective. Plus 0.44. Okay. Okay. That was my 2 cents. The engine doesn't. The engine actually proposes h3 with the same level of evaluation. Hey, I didn't play a worse move. I didn't play an engine move, but after all, the engine said, hey, pal, yeah, that's good, actually. a5 is as good as mine. So a5 is a good that the engine evaluates, the same as strong as h3. That's what it said. It's not me, it's Stockfish that gave the verdict. But it makes a ton of sense, a5. I don't know if you're going to play it, though, Fabi, but I think he thinks about it. We're going to find out. Cool stuff, dudes. I'm happy, actually, that the moves I'm suggesting are not being complete blunders, complete failures. Actually, they're quite interesting. Did the boys here do something? Castles. Castles. Boy, Abasov takes his time now. He's been spending like for 15 minutes thinking about what the heck to play in this position. Guys, this is that kind of position in which whatever you choose is the destiny of the game now. Every move matters absolutely. Every move. It does matter. Let's go to the ladies' feed. I'm just curious what's happening over there. And we are going to go back. Rest assured. Fide Women's World Cup. Let's see this one. I think it's Goryachina and Salimova. Okay, let's just have a quick look here. And Anna Muzicic Tanzongi. Okay. So Goryachina with white and Salimova, which is Bulgaria, with black. What is got very balanced? We're a bit of an edge for black here. Of course, because the black king is safer, because black is having the d file, because the white king is on a weird position. You can't go and see because of this guy, and the bishop on f5 is cutting through. So let me tell you something. Looks like white should be, look like black should be doing way better here. Way better. Many more options for black than for white. If you, obviously you got to do something with bishop on c1. That bishop has to play and has to play now. Of course, you got to play that bishop. It don't matter. Absolutely. That's not that bad either. Yeah, bishop e2, bishop b5. That's not that bad either. But that, they can't, because in the terms that you can't do a6, because I'm going to take and you're going to have double pawns. Although, you know what I'm saying? That's a toughish one. You got to be careful. But when the rook moves, you got this and that too. It's funky. It's funky. You can't do that. You got to calculate properly. So this takes white's turn. And you play what? Like you play what? This? Check. This. Oh, this is just crazy stuff. I don't know. You got to play the bishop. Probably, okay, either b5 or e2. Uh, no, I do bishop e2, and the plan is to play rook h to d1. You must counteract the black rook on d8. You cannot tolerate that rook. That rook needs to disappear, and you're going to go in an endgame 3-6, 3-6. It is what it is. Bishop e2, rook h to d1. You can't have the black rook dominating like this. You can't have that rook. But yeah, probably bishop e2, bishop f3, and then some g4 ideas. But guess what? Bishop h7, okay-ish. Yes, I guess you can. Yeah, okay. Yeah, bishop e2, bishop f3. Yeah, I'll give you that, absolutely. Let's see the other ladies. Anna Muzichuk and Tang Zongyi. Let's see. Oops, see daisy. Let me just toggle off the lines. What do I do? Another more balanced, I think, than the gents. Queen e d5 being played by Anna. Oh, very positional. This is very positional game. Very positional. Incredibly positional. What do you do? Bishop e6? I mean, I'm just looking at it. I don't know if that's the best move, though. Bishop e6. Where do you move the queen? Here? And if they further weaknesses, that's good for white. So if bishop e6, what are you going to play? This one first? And if this, you might be contemplating this. That's not bad in itself. Now, if queen takes, though, bishop going to take. And what they play this? Then you're going to play this, this, and that. Very positional. So it's not too many weaknesses to say, okay, I'm going to go for that weakness. There's not too many weaknesses. If queens come off the board now, ladies and gentlemen, if queens come off the board, it's not too many weaknesses. It's just not. It's not. It's not. Queen takes, bishop takes. It's not too many weaknesses. We're just going to play a very long positional game. So this is very bad. Bishop f6. That's a cool thought. Now you can't do bishop like this because you're going to dropping b2. That's a cool one. It matters. They're going to play rook f to d1. You're going to do that? I don't know. Rook, queen takes, rook takes, bishop e6. Feels weird. Rook here, this guy here. I don't know. Yeah, and b2 is a problem. That's a nice move by Tan Zongyi, actually. This is a good move. Very good move of Tan Zongyi. This is very nice, actually. I like it. Looking at b2. How do you solve this? Can you play regardless bishop f4? Bishop takes, rook takes. And then just give that b pawn and... man, you don't want to give up your pieces like this. But what can you possibly play? I mean, it's frustrating, right? Not being able to move the bishop. It's a bit frustrating. You want to get your guys from the back rank. Now, you know, and bishop f6 just a little bit frustrates white here in development. So I don't think Anna's very happy about not being able to play this guy. But how do you stop this bishop? Tell me, please. I love crazy ideas if they pay off. Not just crazy for the sake of craziness. You gotta just get some results. If you get results, don't matter then. What crazy idea? I love them. Tell me. Come on, Step. Tell me the crazy idea. I want to go back to Magnus and the other guy. Magnus and Abasov. That is. And thanks for being here, guys. If you came via YouTube, perhaps you may want to subscribe to my YouTube channel if that's enjoyable for you a little bit. You could also follow me on Twitch, so you get some notifications when I go live. Queen d8, rook d8, and h4. Bishop g5. So you're saying queen d8, rook d8, h4. Dude, that's a nice subtlety. That's a nice little fort here, which might be a big fort. This is cool. But you know something? Queen takes, rook takes, h4, h6. And I'm afraid you're going to have to deal with the weakness on b2 again. What you said, it's cool. It's really cool. I think it's a good way. But boy, oh boy, they're going to play h6. What you could do, though, is queen takes, rook takes, and take this guy and create a weakness on c6 yourself. And then you're going to go after, like, knight a5. Do you know what I mean? Queen takes, rook takes, bishop takes, pawn takes. We don't want to necessarily give a bishop on... I know we love this bishop. But if you could create two isolated pawns, maybe you can attack them easier. And then they're going to have to do something to defend c6. And potentially you might be, you know... That's what cross. Let's just very briefly see what the engine say. The engine say queen b5, queen c4. This one is just simply to not allow the bishop to move. And queen c4 ideas is queen c4 for queen c2. Okay, it's still to be the queen c4, bishop a6, queen a4. Okay, yeah, you're just moving the queen. You got to be careful where and how you move the queen. Okay, cool. Let's go back to Magnus and Abasov and Prague and Fabi. Very nice games today. Well, it's just such a understatement. Okay. Queen c7. I've called that move ages ago because I didn't see any possible way to be playing something. So Queen c7, because of a desperate attempt to probably create some batteries here somehow. Or maybe, oopsie, maybe this, and this. But it takes a ton of effort, a lot of moves, and white simply plays king c2 on this guy on the process. So that would be it. That would be it. There's not too many options, guys. So he maintained the status quo and the tension here. And he dropped the queen, queen a5 to queen c7. Okay. Okay. What should Magnus play? Well, knight e4 for a starter. What other knight dancing can you do around here? Bang, boom, bang. To what extent? To doing what? Bishop a3, knight e4. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. I agree. You could. But knight e4 first or bishop a3? I think knight e4 first. Knight e4? Knight e4? I don't know what black plays. What if they go back on a5? You know, because if they take here... Well, if they go back on e5, you're going to play king b1. So knight e4, queen a5, king b1. Okay, we're going to play like this. I think it's playable. There you go. Knight e4. Knight e4. That was the first move I suggested. Hello, Mahesh. Knight e4 indeed. Well, I don't think it's very good for black. I don't think it's good at all. I don't think so. The g5 becomes incredibly weak. You're going to have to... Let me think. You're going to have... So after this thing happens, first we take, then they take. Then go g3. I think this kind of open up things. It's... I'm not sure it's a... I'm not sure we want to do f5 with black. You could, but things going to get open now. You still don't have a bishop that does something, unless you want to play king b8. Loss of a tempo. You could potentially. You could. So if f5, you've got to take. Because if you move here, you're going to start dropping squares and pawns and stuff. Knight e4, f5, knight g... you take and then knight g3. I would say f5 takes, pawn takes, knight g3. And you're attacking now e5 3 times, guys. Have you noticed? Have you guys noticed? F5 takes, boom. E5 is being attacked 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Are you sure you want to do this? Because when this guy falls, you're also going to have a problem with the H8 square. So I'm not really very convinced Abasov is very keen to push F5. I might be wrong, though. Maybe I miscalculated terribly. Maybe I miscalculated. But F5 doesn't seem to be Black's first call here. You sort of want to make sure that this guy doesn't get very strong. So, here for Black, I don't know because I don't have good moves. Maybe you want to trade off this knight with this? No, no, that's a super blunder. F5, G10, knight G3, bishop F6, maybe. F5 takes, knight G3, bishop F6. Okay. And then knight H5. Then knight H5. You've got a lot of problem now, Step. You've got a lot of problem. F, boom, takes knight G3, bishop H6, and knight H5. Where do you move your bishop? This is a big problem now. I think you made it even more problematic than it was. So I think F5 will be landing Black in so many problems. Hello, 3K. Good to see you, man. G takes H, and then F5. Yeah, we said that, I think. So this, knight G3, bishop F6, knight H5. I think it's very bad for Black, I guess. By the looks of it. Because now the bishop on F6 has to move, or I'll just take it for free. Where do you move it? You move it back, then I'm going to take on E5 straight away with knight takes. And if knight takes, bishop takes, hitting the queen and the rook, I think it's game over right at that moment. So F5, G, H, H4. H4 is also good for white. This, let me think. So you want to take here first. I'm going to take with the knight, not with the rook because of this. So you take knight takes. This guy goes here. What? Knight G3 again? It's weakening of E5 terribly. Okay, let's just do it. Hold on a second. Let's just do it. So people propose at some point we fought F5. We said for Black to be played. So I'm not very convinced about the efficacy of this move for Black here. My personal take would be just take right now. Let's see if the engine agrees with my sequence. So I'm just going to take this guy. Now, the engine says... The engine doesn't know yet, but they will. I guess pawn takes. Right? Okay, pawn takes. What I did suggest was knight G3. I'm looking at this guy 3 times. I'm looking at that guy 3 times. And I'm looking at this guy once with the same knight. People suggested bishop F6 at some point. And now I'm looking with white either this or this way. I think it's getting very funky for Black here, folks. I think Abasov is having way more on its plate than he can handle. I think it's just too much. I think it's just too many weaknesses now. Yeah, I think Abasov would just simply lose step by step. But I don't even know what's better, to take on F or to go H. I'm just going for H for the sake of tactics. I'm hitting a bishop after all. Where do you move the bishop? You go here, bishop goodbye. You go here, you got a major problem with this one, probably. You could, Mahesh, you could, but I like H5 more because I want to send the bishop away from this diagonal. I don't say no, absolutely. Absolutely, but the engine says it's devastating for... Let's take on F5 like Mahesh suggested. I don't think it's bad. So Mahesh, do not get me wrong. I don't think knight F5 is wrong by any means. I just think knight H5 offers tremendous attacking power for white. Let me just take on F5. Your idea. Hey, a pawn is a pawn. I'll get that. I get that. It's cool. But I don't know why I'm inclining towards the h5, although I might have missed something. The reason I went for h5 is because I want to have the bishop gone. So I can take on e5, really. Okay, a pawn is a pawn. It matters absolutely. Every pawn matters absolutely. But pieces activity for me, I think it might be even better considered by the engine, but it's not very clear in my head. Okay, a pawn is a pawn. What other stuff have we gotten here? Takes, 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 check. Oops, move away. I don't know. I just don't know yet very clearly. So this is the moment. Let's just see. The engine says knight h5 and knight f5, and now he changes mind every second. My choice is knight h5. I said that knight h5 is my first choice, not knight takes f5. Which, not particularly bad, but knight h5, it's got a lot of power. Way too much power for black to handle after that being played. So Mahesh, apparently knight h5 is the engine's favored move here, and I think I understand why. I mean, I can tell you why knight h5 is stronger than knight f5. I can explain that. Knight f5 is good, but I don't think it's that strong, and I think the engine just confirmed. Yes, knight h5. Way too strong, and things going very quickly south for Abbasov. He don't want to do this. You don't want to do this with black. You don't want to play against Magnus like this. Very big problemo. Nope, he's not going to do f5. Opening this guy, making it a mayhem, and I think I've calculated pretty much accurately. Yes, f5 is a mistake, maybe bordering blunder. It's a mistake or blunder. f5 is a mistake or blunder. Probably a mistake given by the engine, but the consequences are that you play the massive blunder. If the engine gives plus 2.45, that means you just play the massive blunder. It's bad. Okay, let me put the feedback so we can get the symbols. This Magnus dude, 94.5. The other dude, 93.5. These are good guys. Okay, cool. F5. Let's just see how the engine considers this. Where is the symbol, guys? F5 should be a blunder. It should be a blunder, this guy. I mean, just all of a sudden, the bar went up. And up and up and up. This must be a blunder. Definitely a bad move. Totally. I do not recommend f5. I think it's been obvious why. Yes, Mahesh. No good to play f5 here. No way. No way, no way. So, hey, people, some stuff happened, guys. Queen c7, knight e4, g takes h4. Okay, we're back in business. Knight takes h4, I said that. You don't take with the rook because f5, then double attack. So knight takes h4, rook h, rook h, g8. Let me cover the symbols. Okay, this is the current position on the board, guys. This is the current position right now. The live position on the. Can we do f3? No, maybe. Well, let me just think a bit. No, it's unnecessary. No, 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 no. No, we don't do. What about f4? You know why? Because I'm looking at f6 ideas and I'm clearing the e for the queen potentially. What about this crazy looking move f4? I mean, you want to play aggressive moves, right? You want to attack, opening up diagonals. Of course, it's risky. I mean, hey, it's chess. Of course, it's risky. I mean, it's not. It's chess, of course. If you want to be positional, I don't know. Probably you're going to lose. I mean, what do you want to play? Knight f3 back? No, you can't do knight f3. You kind of can't. I don't know. Neither. No. 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 F4. F4. He takes F4. Knight here. Bishop takes. Bishop takes. I think I'm very happy. Well, not ecstatically, but hey, I think it's playable. F4. I'm not keen to dropping pawns. Okay, I'll give you that. But hey, and dang, boom, bang, check first. Check first on e6 in between moves. I tend to be forgetting the in between moves, the intermezzo, Schwitzenzug. I tend to forget them. Looking very good for. So F4 after some deliberation. Not F3. F3 could be working if you're willing to spend a couple of more tempi, guys. If you're willing to do knight G2, knight E3 and play like a billion years waiting for something to happen. But I think you got to generate something here. You not just need to wait for something to happen. I think you got to push F4 probably. Mahesh says that looks good by on his perspective here. So maybe it does indeed. Let's ask the engine now, boys and girls. Let's see. Hey, yes, F4 people. F4. This is the move. And now we're going to look up 3K's idea because he suggests some line over there. But F4 is totally playable now. And if I was able to see it, Magnus will find it as well. F4, not that much of a computer move because a human is able to get the depth of it. So F4 is a move you could actually understand it. Because again, you're looking at F6 exploitable and you're looking at E6 square. Yes, 3K, after Queen E6, I think Black's going to be in a very bad position if they take on F4. So F4, my first suggestion, endorsed by the engine, and now hopefully Magnus going to see this too. It's a human identifiable move. It's not completely lost, shrouded in abstraction of layers of calculations and madnesses. It's actually very human identifiable. Yeah, F4, bloody hell, that's the thing. Absolutely. I mean, if you want to play sharp, if you want to do attacking stuff, go for F4. You can't mess around. You can't just stay idle hoping that Abasov will. Oh yeah, absolutely. There is a pawn. Yeah. No. Absolutely. Yeah, a little bit of misvisualization. It happens. It happens to everybody. 3K. It happens to everybody, my. Yes, F4 and a pawn takes. That's it. So that was another good thought where we were able to identify with the approval from the AI. Indeed, yes, it makes sense for a human. I mean, makes sense. F4. Shall we go to Prague and Fabi, people? Hey, Magnus played it. Yes, he played F4. He played F4. Well, we played it before Magnus, that is. I mean, we played the move before Magnus played it. Well, first the engine played it, then we played it, then Magnus actually found it in the end. That's the way, sir, to play. This is it. That's how you play it. That's how he plays it. Yep. Yes, indeed, he did it. Now the ball is in Abasov's court, and he's got a bit of a problem on his hands now. Obviously, he's gonna fall into some thinking, and he realizes that taking on F4 makes it very difficult. So he will not take on F4. If he takes on F4, he miscalculates and he's gonna lose even faster than he thought. So he's not gonna take on F4. Not gonna take on F4. He gonna do something else. What he gonna do? We find out. We'll find out very soon. What he gonna do? What he gonna do? Let's see. This, nah, it's a disaster. I've said that before. Can't. Yeah, absolutely. We go. Yeah, poor Abasov here. I don't have a good move. Yeah, we're gonna move to Prague and Fabi. I do not have a good move for black here. I can't improve on nothing. I can't improve on G. I can't improve on H. I can't push this guy here. Or can I? Yeah, I can. Okay, I just found the Basov candidate move. I think it's F5. Yeah, that's what he's gonna play. Because bishop doesn't make any sense of nothing. So he's gonna play F5. Let's go. So that's my take on this current position for black. He's gonna play F5. What Magnus gonna play when we coming back? Let's go now to what is it? Prague and Caruana. Okie dokie, Queen D3, Rook B. Where were we last time? We were. Boy, they didn't play too many moves. Let me just briefly perusing. We were here last time. So he took after all. Takes and takes. Ah. Oh, not too many moves happened. Well, Prague's going to take. Question is Prague going to take with the rook? He's going to play with the knight. He's going to take with the bishop. What is he going to take with? If you take with the bishop, you've got to spend another tempo getting them back on the only diagonal that matters. If you play with the knight, you might have the prospect of playing knight c6 afterwards, thus increasing the pressure on the e4. That makes a lot of sense. And then you can play the rook potentially. Or you take with the rook. You take with the rook, Fabi gonna play rook e to b. And then, you know, maybe rook takes, queen takes, pawn takes, this guy takes, and then this guy drops. So I'm not fully convinced actually Fabi wants to go for rook e to b after all. So if rook takes here, what is Fabi gonna do? I don't know. Well, Fabi gonna do this and that. Whoop. Exactly what he gonna do. Now, you don't push d5. I don't think Fabi will ever push d5. Not now, because when you do this, you give up on the c5. I think it's a disaster for white. And you are encouraging the most annoying bishop ever in the history of Prague versus Caruana games. So d5 is that move. When Fabi plays it, I think he's sort of going to lose it. The c3 is incredibly backward and isolated pawn. And boy, oh boy. Nope. Nope. I understand what you mean. And it makes sense, but you could play knight a5 after rook had been taken back. That's up for debate. If I want to push d, I don't want to push d5. I don't want to push d5. 3k. I'm looking at this and this. And we'll take it from there. We'll see what happens. It's not clear. It's not clear what Prague should take with now. I'm not sure if Prague should take with the rook or with the knight. The knight, if they take, they could potentially play c6, thus stopping knight a5, in principle. Now, if knight takes, and if white plays knight a5, they can't go on c6 all of a sudden. So not that easy. And not mentioning knight a5 also means queen takes a6 and attacks this guy. But when you actually take with the knight, even if they play this, they can't take because the knight is here. So that is really not an easy to assess position for Prague here. I think it's easier for Fabi from a point of view. A bit easier for... The problem, the onus now, is on Prague, and Prague will have to spend a few minutes actually understanding what the heck am I taking with here. Because Prague is aware that a knight on a5 going to happen. With the threat we just mentioned, knight c6. So Prague is aware. So he's got to spend a few more minutes because he just don't know. He doesn't know what's the best response here. Rook, knight, or bishop? Knight feels incredibly passive. It has some virtues though, because you know what is Prague's weakness? Prague's main weakness is this guy, is a6. If a6 be taken by the queen, he's got another big problem. Yeah, d5 attacks with tempo. Okay, let's look at this one. It's Prague's turn, by the way. It's Prague's turn. So rook takes, right? Okay. d5. Okay. Let me play back. Okay. You do knight a5. Going here. Okay. Then let me take with the knight then. You push. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit cramped. I'm going to play a bit cramped. Maybe this. Look, by the looks of it, it pains me to say for Prague. I think he's not very happy. But I guess knight b8. Yeah, d5 has some virtues. You can't just tick all the boxes. You do, you win something, you lose something. I'm not feeling incredibly optimistic about d5 though, but I understand what 3K says. I would be spending some time thinking about this. So probably knight should be taken. Let me hold on a sec. Let's just do it this fashion. Hey, look at the engine. The engine says either rook or knight. They are almost equal, with a biggish favor for rook b8. There's always violence in the system, but if we play chess, it might be a better outlet than anything else. Step into the ring, and we might be able to solve it. 3K. So both of them are playable. Knight takes, rook takes. They're both playable. Very difficult. And then again, when I'm seeing the engine just banging with the h3, just drives me mad. That h3. Unblock your messages. But did I block them? I'm not even aware. 3K. How did I block? Is there what messages are blocked you're talking about? So what do I need to do? Do I need to put them on or off auto mode? Do I need to put them off? Okay, we'll do that. Because yeah, I don't know if I should open now the tabs, but I'll keep this in mind. I'll just I'll detick the auto mode, right? Should I detick the auto mode? Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Rook b8. So let's look at your idea. I'm not seeing d5 amongst the propositions here, but I do see knight a5. I see h4, knight a5. Okay, knight a5, h4, h. I don't see any d5 given by the engine. I don't see any d5. And I think the reason is you're helping black. Long term, you are helping black to play knight c5. And you're actually offering a major gift for which Prague would thank you personally. Prague would say, I do thank you for allowing my bishop to become very strong. So d5 is actually really helping your opponent a great deal. By the looks of it. It's not being mentioned. Knight a5, though, has a lot of coverage here. Oopsie daisy. Let's get back to our boys here. Come on. Okay. Something happened, people, when we were missing chatting about Prague and stuff. Knight h4, b8, f4, takes. Oh, that's gonna go even baddish. And queen e6, which I had called it some time ago. Hi there, tactics. It's good. We are just watching live. This beautiful game's happening right before our eyes. Queen e6 and check. Very powerful check. And now black needs to debate what to do. Next would be this bishop will be captured. And white is better. Better pawn structure. The bishop will be disappearing, probably attacking something with tempo. I don't know. What is black's best move here? What do you play? Do you move the king away? As soon as you move the king away, would be bishop takes on f6. That's exactly what's going to happen. The knight will be playing on f5. And you're going to have a bit of a problem after knight f5. I guess the rook will be hitting this guy. Knight is under constant pressure. Looking a bit better for white here. Tactics are not completely finished. You got to play this one carefully, though. It's not that finished. It's not a huge advantage, but it's quite enough for white to capitalize. Magnus is boasting like almost 45 minutes. The other guy, Abbasov, 35. So plenty of time for both players. They got 20 moves until they will get half an hour extra, both of them. So very good prospects for white here. Very good prospect. Should be enough, I guess. But this is crazy tactics here, and the other guy will play for his life. Will play everything he can. Yeah, they are, but they'll be coming off the board. When this bishop takes and queen takes, there will be no dark square bishop for white. That's one. Then black might be having some counterplay. And then you're going to have a discovered hit on your queen. You got to play this one, you know, sort of carefully. I don't know, black should be blocking with the queen. If you block with the queen, I'm going to take with the queen. I'm not going to take the queen. So if queen goes on d7, I'm not going to take the queen. I'm going to play queen f6 for a starter. So they move the king. Now, I reckon, question is, you're going to take with the bishop? No. I think, yeah, you can. Do you take with the bishop or do you take with the queen? If you take with the queen, you might potentially look at this guy as well. But if you take with the bishop, you're actually hitting the rook, which would be playing here. And then you play this. Okay, I think it's playable too. I love still to keep this guy here at bay because I don't want, okay, the reason, I'm just telling you one side exactly. I'm happy Magnus actually confirmed. The reason I wasn't keen to take with the bishop is because I will have to spend another tempo dropping the bishop back. And I want to keep this guy here forever, so to speak. And after this guy disappears, maybe I can take Abbasov's queen. So I need to make the knight go away. I need to make this guy go away so I can take Abbasov's queen. And I'm thinking out another craziness. Maybe this. Maybe I can... No, this is nuts. No, I can't do it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I didn't do nothing. Wait a minute. What the heck? Bishop c8. Okay, so he wants to take this guy. Okay, what do we play here? Let me think. What about knight f5? Hello, Strobex. Good to see you. Now my friends coming around. The greatest puzzle solvers on the platforms are right here. Yeah, I think you guys are the best puzzle solvers on the platform, I'm pretty sure. Well, probably better than you is just Nakamura and... But yeah, that's it. Now, knight f5, is there any virtue? I mean, this guy going to be taken, right? Knight f5, rook g4, knight h6. It's exactly milk and honey. It's just milk and honey. This is superb. I think it's a bit more than fun. It's sort of like looking like winning if Abbasov takes on g4 3k. So this is just sweet. It's got to be played. It's got to be played. Because again, guys, Abbasov placed the queen on the most, moved the king, and we are looking at this. This is ugly. Very, very ugly. And knight f5, if you play knight h6, I simply do not have propositions for black. I don't know how to tackle this. Probably you have to move the king again. But when you do so, you're just dropping a full piece and game over. That would be game over at that stage. If a Basov drops a piece, there's just nothing to talk about. We're gonna go watching the ladies World Cup then. It's done. Boys finished here. But probably not gonna happen in this fashion. So Basov not gonna take on g4. He's not gonna take on g4, not with the rook though. He might take with the bishop. But oh, wait a sec. Sorry, I forgot. It's knight f5. First, it's white's turn. What? Knight is a bit pinned. Ooh, yeah, we could say that. It can't. It's not pinned in the sense that you can move it if you want, but if you move it, you're gonna pay with your queen, or at least you're gonna pay with your rook and a queen. So, yeah, that's what we said. Exactly right. So it's not pinned per se. It's just then black knight is in Zugzwang. It just can't move. So technically, you move that knight, you drop the queen because of the check, and this is the real deal. So you can't do things with that knight. It's really ugly. And by the way, it's plus 0.96, so it's getting really problematic for Abasov at this stage. Very problematic. I wonder if he had played c4 when I suggested right at the beginning, because the engine said that would have been a way better choice. Yeah. Excellent. So standard chess, I don't think it's dead at all to me. Only if you consider the opening they played today, and it's got a lot of resources to exploit the Moscow Canal. This thing, the what is it, Rossolimo or Moscow Canal variation. So it's standard chess has a lot of things to explore in many lines and variations, Sicilians, you name it. Yeah, bad. Okay, we're gonna move it now. I think there is no good move for black. I don't have good move for black here. I don't have good moves for black. Can you improve on the H? No. I mean, it's so slow. This is terrible. By the way, it's Magnus's turn. So let's go to Prague now and the other guy. Prague and Fabi. That's the other guy. So what happened here? What happened here? Rook b8. Yeah, right. Rook b8 had been played. Yeah, we're gonna go back, Peanuts. We're gonna go back. So Rook b8. Knight a5. I mean, this is it. I mean, we all saw that. I mean, I saw that. Knight a5. Of course, knight a5. Nothing else stronger than this. It's a move, poses a lot of threats. It's a problematic move. And it's very difficult to stop. I don't even know what you do to stop the knight c6. I don't know what you play. So knight a5 has to be played right now. And if we saw it, I guess the other guys should be seeing it too. Knight a5, and it's a problem with c6. Okay, a bit better for Fabi. Hello, folks. Let's go now to Ladies World Cup very briefly. What did they do here? It was very balanced. The matches were very balanced when last time I saw them. That was a very positional little position here. Knight c4. Looking at this guy. If you take, black's gonna have a very, very active bishop. And this knight, you know, you can make use of the dark squares. This is not over. This would be a very difficult ending. I think white needs to take, because if you don't take, you might be having a and even if you push this guy, it's going to be relentlessly attacked. So I guess the best bet is take, keep the guy on dark squares, pray for the best, and try and make, yes, it makes sense. Takes, leave the pawns on dark squares as much as you can, make use of the knight, and see if you can grab things quickly. Knight here, check. I don't know. Then try to play this. Then they're gonna play this. Then try to play this. Hit the bishop. Pray for the best if you can, because that's the only way to play. Very difficult. Long. There'll be very difficult ending. Knight versus bishop here. If black plays b6 and tries to, keep the bishop as active as possible, Goriakina having to play the pawns on dark squares. So plan for white would be put the pawns on the dark squares, just play g3 when bishop e4, and then move the knight like crazy. Now it's white's turn. You have to play the check now. You must play the check. If you play g3, I think it's not that good. So don't play g3 now for various reasons. Just go with the check, winning tempo, hitting the king, and then you might be doing more checks. Depends where the king goes. If here, maybe you could play this. They have to move again. Play this. They play this. Defending here. Maybe you hit them again. They move here. You take this. Hitting this guy. It's very, very complicated. But I guess she needs to start with knight f6. Knight f6 is the second line of the engine. King e1 is not a very human move. And I understand King e1 aiming at what? King e1, King g7, knight e8. What? Make any sense? King e1, bishop e7. Okay, I don't get the King e1 thing. If someone can explain what is King e1, I'll be happily... What is King e1 doing, guys? Can someone enlighten what the heck does the engine want to say with King e1? King e1, bishop e6, g4, King h7, knight g3. What? You planning to do what? Then like this? Okay, probably. And then getting king on f2 ideas. I wouldn't play king e1 in a billion years. Yeah, I understand. Bishop f1. Yes. Yes, that's the only reason. Yes. Yes, that's the only reason. Yes, that is true. Bishop f1. King e1 actually stops bishop f1. Absolutely correct. True. Kudos to you. Knight f6 hits with tempo, though. But the engine says king e1 would be the most prophylactic, safest thing, wisest ever. Then knight f6, the second line of the engine. King g7, knight e8. Checks everywhere, as 3K said. Yes. And 3K, yeah, you guys found it. What about Anna Musichuk and Tang Zongyi? Oops. I shouldn't have left the lines. Doesn't make any sense now. Yeah, we should have fought for ourselves. Very equal. Plus 0.23. This guy's a weakness. You gotta counteract this guy. And that one makes a ton of sense. You gotta get rid of the bishop once and for all. Or at least to try to. You have to. So bishop d4. Okay. d4. Watch again. Let's see if they made any progress. Magnus and the other. Games. It's loading. We're getting there. What else happened here? Something happened. Queen f6. Yep. 8. Oh, that's so sweet. Because of this. It's looking worse and worse and worse for black, I guess. He can't, yeah, so he can't take on d3 because of rook e7. I guess the rook can drop back. No, you cannot drop back. Can you? Oh, hold on a second. I think he calculated something. Let's just assume rook takes. What do I miss here? Check and back. What do I miss? What's going on? Rook takes, queen takes. No, what the heck's going on? Check here. Okay, what's going on? Is it, I mean, that's takeable and then you can drop the rook back? Wait a second. This guy takes. Playing this. Go back. Aha. I've never tried that one. I mean, I had some bookmarks, I think like 20 years ago I did a bookmark on a browser. Okay, okay, that's a cool one. Or maybe I should open like 4 tabs. No, oh, they don't let me. I can't open 4 tabs. They're gonna be stopping the pages. Yeah, so I gotta do bookmarks, I guess. Yes, yeah, that's true. Bookmarks or maybe no, or maybe another browser with another platform than chess.com, and then just going to 1 or 2 games. That's another thought. But yeah, probably bookmarks works better. Absolutely. Another coffee cup refill. Okay, so guys, what's the thing with the rook takes d3, rook e7, right? And rook back. Can you tell me what the heck's going on after rook goes back on d7? What is white going to play exactly? The rook is back, defending the knight twice with the queen. The bishop can't play on e5, right? Knight takes. No, you can't. So, six. e6, we go like this. At least, I think. Ah, boy, that's not clear. I mean, is rook takes d3 like a massive blunder? I mean, just want to know, is rook takes d3 a blunder? Can we discover that before we asking the engine? Yep, that's very good. I'm happy you came back. Yep. So the question would be if black takes on d3 would be a blunder. He didn't took. Let me just play it and see how bad that is. Sorry, rook e7, right? That's what I said. And now rook goes back. What am I missing here? What? Queen takes f7. Oh my god. Queen takes f7. Rook takes f7. This guy. Got just a few more tactics. Just a few more steps forwards. Okay. Okay, let's go back. I've seen it now in the end. Oops. Right. So if this guy takes, you do this, they go back, you take here, and you take the other guy. Pieces are dropping like flies. That's the answer. The rook on g8 is going to be captured. I missed on that one. Rook d6. Hitting the queen. That's okay. Where does the queen go? I think you take on f4, right? Queen takes f4. You got to take on f4. Well, queen is under attack anyway. So, yeah, probably not enough. Probably not enough. But is there something wrong with queen f4? Queen f4. Takes. Takes. Rook g. Yeah, I think it's playable, rook g4. It's very nice, actually. Good. So this is not over. Plus 0.73. But these are the tactics that actually will be deciding the game. So you do one single misstep here, guys. You do one single misstep, one single wrong move, and you've lost it. Just like that. Just like that. Now, surprisingly, you know what's interesting here? Surprisingly, the Black King managed to play a little bit of an odyssey. And now the Black King just run away and run away. And you can't really reach it now. This is just not the finished game. This is not over. And there are a lot of tactics here. And there is a lot of potential for Black as well. We're looking at this. 3K said something about G4. I agree with you, 3K. You either go for the victory, for the kill, or you just lose. Yeah, you can't mess around. You can't mess around. So probably you've got to take some stuff back, but let's see. Can he? Well, the queen is being attacked anyway, so you have to move the queen. I mean, apart from this, there's nothing else. Where do you want to go with the queen? You must take on f4. So if this is the is this the only move? Because if queen f4 is the only move, he should have played it ages ago. If you do not have another very plausible option here, you can't go, can't take, can't go, can't move, can't move, cannot go. So if you can't go there, but only here and here, what are you waiting for? Unless you've seen a tactics and you're just winning, you do sacrifices or crazy stuff, but I don't see it. Maybe he's getting a coffee. That's true. Spot on. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So looks to me that Queen f4 happened. Correct. Queen f4. I mean, there is no other option. Rook g4. 3K said rook. Queen e3 had just been played, guys. Queen e3. He played it. Exactly as you said, rook g4, queen e3. Thanks for the update. Now queen looks at c5. Knight can't really play. We still got the same massive problem. Looking at this. You gonna play this? The same. This bishop is very, 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 very dangerous for black. Weaknesses for black, c5 is a massive weakness. Happily for Magnus, Basov doesn't have a dark square bishop, so you don't have any problem. But black does have a problem. It's incredibly dangerous. And potentially, if you, I don't know where you want to move the white queen, but there is also the chance to just dropping a rook at some point. And you got to do something with the knight as well. This guy has to play something. I mean, what do you do with that knight? This and this. That's how I think of it. Well, Abasov is not just going to wait, for Magnus to do that. I think there is a quote from Kasparov. He considers one of the most important things in chess is just don't allow your opponent to show you what they can do. I think I've just read one of those quotes, which you don't even think if it's real or not. People post everything nowadays. So, a way to challenge the knight on f7, thus increasing the chances for making a nasty pin, would be probably to relocate knight f3, knight e5. Probably. But for the time being, black needs to react to c5. What's nice about playing chess at this level is that you always pose a threat. An important thing is that we need to learn exactly in the same fashion to always raise an issue to your opponent so that they either spend time or they start panicking or they just, you got to make them think. F3, D2. I think it's a bit too slow maybe. It takes a billion years, that thing. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's such a cool outpost. But boy, it'll take a lot of time. Now it's got another issue here. What is going? Oh, I've seen what's going on. Queen c5, rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. You take the pawn, I'll take your knight. You take the pawn, I'll take your knight on h4. That's what happens. That's exactly what happens. Boy, this guy is relentless. Now Magnus will have to think. What does Magnus play? So, guys, I think we've established you can't take the pawn. Because you're going to lose the knight. And you're going to lose the game. So you can't touch the c5 pawn. What are you going to play? What are you going to play? This. Holding all together. If the black knight holds all together for black, queen on f2, queen on f2 will be seriously overworked. So what can you do? Queen f takes. I'll take with the rook, maintaining the possibility of a pin and defending my knight. Given a chance, maybe I can play the knight somewhere at some point. I don't know how. But queen f2, rook f4. Yeah, that makes sense too. And maybe this. It's just, there are some things. That is why Magnus spends time, because he's probably now investigating the lines that we guys discussing. Should I go f2? Should I go something else? But what? Queen is under threat. What do you move the queen? Do you go c6? Why? Go c6, you're gonna drop in piece, the knight name. Rook takes, and you're no longer defending the h4. So probably queen f2, forced. Queen f2. Queen f2, I think is forced. So white queen has to move. And you only got the... I mean, what? Do you want to go here? I didn't think about that one. Rook takes, and then you're going to take with the queen. Yeah? Oh, man. Guys, queen has to go. You either go f2 or you go d2. What's cool about d2 is that if rook takes, you're going to take with the queen, now with the rook. Then you're going back to... Wait, whoa. You go back... I don't know. Okay. Queen h... Okay, let's go back. He says queen f2, rook f4, queen h2. Yeah, I said, yeah, we did say that. Queen h2, rook d1. Oh, he played queen d2, my second thought. He played queen d2. I mean, he just had two options, f2 and d2. He went for d2. Which is not necessarily a bad move. The ancient doesn't say it's a preposterous or a losing move or blunder or anything. I mean, he only had f2 or d2, one of these two. Now, if rook takes, you're going to take with the queen, obviously. Not bad. We got to go back and see out your line. So if this, you said what? This and this? What? This? Yes, winning the is just winning it. This is crazy. Takes. Oopsie. What? Ah. Yeah. Of course, yeah. Yeah. Disaster. That's why he didn't play it. That's why he didn't play it, because he saw it. That is why he went for queen d2, because exactly of this scenario. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. 3K, that's true. Fabulous idea. Actually, queen d2 is forced, because queen f2 leads into big problem. I don't know if after rook f4 we couldn't play queen g1. You know? Queen this. Wait, hold on a sec. So after... What the heck? After this and this, can we play queen g1? So you don't have to go h2. You could go g1 though. 3k. It's not as good as before, though. It's completely even now, which probably is not good. And Magnus identified and he evaluated correctly. So that is why he didn't go for these lines. So he wouldn't have played Queen H2 after all. He would have seen that actually he drops, he loses. So he wouldn't have played Queen H2, but he didn't play it at all. So he went for the only correct one. He went for the only correct one. That actually maintains the slight edge for white here. So he went for the only good one. Yeah, surprisingly, absolutely. Yeah, that Magnus guy knows what he's doing. He knows his stuff. He wants to win the Fide World Cup, and then he announced he's not going to go to the candidates tournament. He don't want to play in that format anymore. He just wants to win this one because he never won at the Fide World Cup thing. So he wants to win it, and then he wants to play poker, or he wants to. Oh no, he's gonna play in the Speed Championship, which is coming now in a couple of, I don't know, 2 weeks or something. It's a speed championship organized again by chess.com, and he's gonna play Naka. He's gonna play a bunch of super strong GMs again, which is what they do anyway. For our collective delightment. Okay, Queen D2 on the board now. And it's looking very good. I think I'm going to just go grab a sandwich and I'll be back. I'm not going to stop the stream though, guys, so stay where you are. We'll be returning in a matter of 1-2 minutes, and then we'll be discussing what these guys are doing here. So looking very good. Apparently, Magnus doing a bit better. And when I'm coming back, maybe if the other guys haven't finished, like Prague Fabi, Goryakina, and Tang Zongi, we're going to look at their game too. So time for a coffee refill, and we'll be returning, guys. Stay where you are. Okay, where were we? What happened here? Any progress? You're still thinking. Basov still thinking. Beautiful game. Definitely not over. Let's go to Prague then, because Basov didn't move here anything. Let's go to Prague. Did they move? No, they haven't. So let me make a bookmark then. How do you get the page? Okay, so if I wanted to install... Oh, bookmark this tab. Okay, I bookmark. What? Bookmark. Oh man, I gotta do this even before this thing starts. Let's go to Prague then. This is Prague Fabi. Let me bookmark this one too. Uh-huh. Imported from... What? Done. Okay, whatever. Okay, cool. All right. There we are. There we are. Whose turn is it? Let me see. This is Prague's turn here. Knight c6 actually had been played after all. What happened with the thing? Wait a second. What happened here? Takes. Knight a5 had been played. You remember we discussed, guys, about knight a5. Takes, ultimately. Weren't you supposed to take with the... No. I've seen it now. If white would capture here... Yeah, what? Can't play this because there is a knight here. But he played the knight with tempo, actually attacking. That can't be that bad. Queen hit. Takes. Oh. A5. And now they're debating. Okay. This is a weakness. When the knight plays, queen is being hit by the bishop. So I guess... What is black going to do here? This is a very critical one. There's another critical moment here for both of them. Oh, man. Can you take? No, you cannot. Because takes. When you take, it's a disaster. This is a massive blunder. Of course, they're not going to play it. But I'm just voicing whatever thoughts cross my mind first, and then I'm verifying their validity or not. So, no, we cannot take. No, Prague can't take it. You can't take it. Impossible. It looks incredibly, incredibly limited. When Fabi pushed a4 to a5, he actually limits tremendously the bishop. You know, you can't play the bishop. You can't play the rook either. Whatever you do, this guy's going to be taken. My God, this is... Although the engine says plus 0.50, actually I feel like black is like suffocating or something. I mean, what do you do actually? You can't move the rook because the bishop drops. You can't really play the... I mean, you could move the bishop, but that feels incredibly insufficient and painful. What do you think, guys? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I've done that, right? Okay, cool. Wants to go get the pick. Since the... I don't know. Ugh. Can I just go back or something? Okay, so he played queen e8. Prague played queen e8. Queen e6 to queen e8. Attacking the knight, which is the most troublesome thing ever for Prague at this very stage. And he found a very nice resource. Very nice resource. What do you play? I think he should take. And after rook takes, you need to aim to do this straight away. I don't think that's a very bad sequence. It might be some other resources I'm not aware of now. But at the first glance, I'm looking at knight takes a7, rook takes, and then just push this guy. Is there something wrong with this? What do you think, people? Is there a blunder here? Or actually it's very natural? I like it for white. So, because Fabi is actually having 27 minutes, like 14 minutes extra, something like that. 3K says knight b4. Bishop knight b4. I think I want to take that bishop off the board. Because potentially that bishop is still dangerous. And I think the knight already played its part. So to my understanding now, 3K, knight on c6 already did a tremendous job. I think it's time to trade. Knight takes a7, rook takes, and e5. Nice, simple, and efficient. Let me just take. Let's see if the eval bar thinks otherwise. Takes. You have to take back. I mean, you must take back, right? Now, can I push this? That's what I saw in the first second. That's what I saw. And that's probably what I would play. You know, there is something here. Probably there is resources for black to just defend. Obviously, you're probably not going to take because you're dropping here. But white's going to take. So you have to move the queen now. One of these, c6, b5, a4. And I think it's playable. Very playable. Very, very, very playable. What I like about queen a4 is that I'm hitting the queen and I'm attacking this guy as well. So that would be in a queen's trade. Takes. And it's difficult to assess things. But you got to do it anyway. So let's go back. Have they played? No. Let me ask the engine. The engine says knight takes a7 is the second line of the engine, which is not very fond of. The engine says queen d5. Did you say queen d5? Or did someone say queen d5? Queen d5 potentially moving away from the bishop's diagonal. Queen a4 hasn't been mentioned by the engine, but we're going to try it anyway. Oh, my days. What? Yeah, okay. What? Queen d. Oh, my line. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, my line is not that good. Is the second move of the engine, and it's not that great after all. Looks after all the trades happening and stuff is just a meager plus 0.07. That is if you play super nicely and accurately. It's not that great. My line. What a tactic. Queen d5, knight d3, and then knight e7. If queen takes, you're going to take the rook check, and then you're going to take the other one. Ooh. So you say knight takes a7, rook takes. Yeah, that's what I saw. e5, queen a4, and d6. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I said. Yeah. That's what I kind of like intuited and sort of calculated. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not sure though that Prague will be playing queen a4. I was just saying. So I'm not sure after e5, Prague's going to play queen a4. I was just saying. It could be queen c6. You said queen c6. And if you look at the eval bar, it's just very slight advantage for white here, 3k. It's not that huge. And actually, they're still debating. So after queen c6, which is your proposition, apparently we're getting into a draw-ish position here. Still, a lot of stuff to be considered here. But looks like drawish by the looks of it. Yes. Apparently queen a4 is good for white and not that great for black. Forgot the lines. Toggle on. That's annoying. Yeah, I gotta turn them off. Okay, Magnus's turn. Magnus's turn with plus 0.39 just. Say that just. The weakness for black is it's still c5. Knight had been played here. That means he tries to aim at this guy here. So potentially we might be looking at, oops, we might be looking at this, this, this. And then you gotta play this. And they play this, then you this. And then if you take here, they take here. And actually queen and bishop versus queen and bishop. Oh, rook e3. More defense for the f3. So now you can't really do this. Very well played by, very accurate. Superb accurate here. Superb move accurately here played. I think, let me see. Still don't want to take this guy, do you? Unless it's very dangerous. Queen e7 makes a lot of sense, 3k for black. I'm looking for white ideas. If I manage to have this guy move away with a move like this, if the pawn were to move and I were to take, the b4 becomes exploitable. So I might be able to attack the king a bit more. But it is a Basov's turn. This is far from over. Guys, you can't make too many predictions. This is far from over. And let me tell you what's looming here on the horizon. I think Basov gonna be very feisty. And either he gonna double up and look for this kind of attacks. Also, you've got to move this rook as well at some point. I don't know how exactly you're gonna do this, because also Basov want to take advantage of the bishop diagonal, the light squares. How? That's another question. And now, what is about? Yeah, Queen e7. You called it. He played it. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a knight f5 straight away. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. I would say so. Knight f5 hits the queen with tempo. Opens up a little bit the h. You get rid of a weakness. Get rid of a weakness. Might they play? No, they cannot. If they do this, just gonna drop e. No, knight f5. It's absolutely the next move to be played straight away. ASAP. Knight f5. It's the most natural move, I'd say here. And black has to play very carefully because there are a lot of potential sacrifices and things. I mean, I would imagine knight f5, queen f7. Just saying. Let's see if that works. If I somehow manage to get this guy and rook takes, I might be able to fork the queen. So after knight f5, 3k, ladies and gents, there are like a billion tactics available. You have to be, you know, like you're stepping on a minefield. Everything is incredibly sensitive. So knight f5, again, just give an example. Queen f7, bishop takes. And if rook were to capture here, we're going to have a fork and the black queen is gone. So again, there are all sorts of dangers here that black needs to be very careful for white and for black as well. But knight f5 opens up many options for white. Yeah, I think either. I think either rook. Yeah, probably rook is stronger. Probably rook is stronger. Yep. So he can't play rook f7 after knight f5. Well, where? He gonna drop again. Again. This guy's gonna be taken. I don't know if rook or bishop. So knight f5 is the beginning. of the sequences. Everything starts with knight f5, and then Abbasov has to spend a good 5 minutes thinking, where do I get my queen? So there is a bit of a problem here. After knight f5, Abbasov will spend a couple of minutes unless he did the homework already. Abbasov will have to think about queen's positioning and the weakness on h6 at the same time. So knight f5 opens up many good stuff for white, and black will have to consider all this thing that's been said. Absolutely. Very, very delicate, very sensitive. Queen G, let's look at that one. Queen G5. Queen G5. I'll take the bishop. I'll take the knight with the bishop. They have to take with the rook. I will have a check. At least the check. King will have to play. I'm not sure where. Knight will take, king will take. Might I be able to do this or this afterwards or this? Very complicated. Very complicated. You could do queen g5. Knight f5. Okay, let's see if the engine plays knight f5. The engine plays knight f5 immediately. And by the way, Ramasiri, queen g5 is actually what they recommend. And rook e5, what I did say to play indeed. So that is the line. But they do start with knight f5. The line, the sequence starts with knight f5. We called it before, and this is the only one that makes sense. 3K, I think, he actually signaled and makes a ton of sense to play knight f5. For all the reasons in the universe right now applicable in this game, knight f5 is the way to go for white here. I don't know why Magnus spent so much time though, because he could have actually put Abbasov in a position where the dude has to actually spend time thinking. I mean, after knight f5 for black is a very difficult job. I think more difficult than for white, because knight f5, at least you know what you are attacking. And black will have to figure out many more things than white. White, I think it has an extensive range, a larger range, a larger scope. That's being played, knight f5 right now. Knight f5. Knight f5, ladies and gents, on the board, on the live board right now as we speak. He did spend, bloody hell, he did spend like what, 6, and queen g5 automatically played by Abbasov straight away. Magnus should have played faster knight f5, I guess. Okay, fine. This is where we are. Don't have a check. Bishop take, that's what I said. Myself, I would have played. Rook takes, rook takes. You're looking at this guy. You've got a discover check here. Gotta play this. And I think it's very, very, very playable. If white manages to play something like king c3 and this guy here, you're just gonna go for the weaknesses. Hitting this guy and this guy. A rook and queen will be dropping now. There is also bishop taken on f5 at some point. So now rook takes and this one takes. Abbasov's turn now to think. And the position is plus 0.15. This game is just simply so not over. And there is another little subtlety, guys. Have you noticed? Have you guys noticed this idea? This is super, super, super freaking dangerous. Oh my god. Oh my god, Abasov gonna spend now 10 minutes. Oh boy. This is the position in which if you find yourself into, that just takes up all your time. This is just one of those super hard puzzles, and which, if you play correctly, you may be able to maintain the balance. But you know what's the nightmare of this kind of oppositions? The nightmare and the delight depends how you want to look at it. If you're like a spectator, like ourselves, it's a delightment. It's just super nicely. If you are a Basov, it's also a bit stressful. You have to solve this puzzle correctly, and at the end of it, the reward is you only maintain the balance. That's the reward. It's very many tactics, and you are required to play correctly to only keep the draw, to only keep the balance. There is no weaknesses, massive weakness here. I mean, wait a minute, you don't even have to. Well, yes, you do. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Man, that's yeah, I was looking at that one. Sugar. What do you play? Drop the rook. Of course you drop the rook. They're going to take. Ah. Ooh. Take. The other guy plays this. So many tactics. Take. You're going to take on f5 for sure. Or you're going to take on the rook, or you're going to take on f5. You're going to take on f5? You're going to take on the queen on f5. Oh my god. This Abasov dude, it's something to be reckoned with. Mark my words, this guy is super strong and dangerous. You just can't take it for granted that Magnus just gonna win. Just okay, yeah, he gonna beat Abasov just like that. 1, 2, 3. No. Just looking at it, and there is a passer here. Takes, but takes with tempo. Takes with tempo. Gonna play this, they're gonna check, you're gonna play this, they're gonna check, you're gonna move. Okay. So if they take and you capture, what? If they take, yeah, no, you take with the queen. No, 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 no. They take with the queen, you take with the queen. Takes and takes, and okay. Oh man, oh. You have to take with the, what do you do? He'll just move the queen. No, he's not going to take the bishop. He's going to move the queen somewhere. Maybe g6. Am I correct, 3K? Guys, am I correct? Queen g6? You have to play queen g6. If you don't do that, you're going to lose. Because queen, if rook takes, queen takes. So you're going to have to play queen g6. Anything else is very bad. Queen g6, the bishop's in a pin. And queen g6 puts pressure on the rook. So the white queen is a little bit overworked. Did you notice, guys? And now the engine is very blunt, 0.00. This is such a tough game for both of them. And Abasov is a little monster. This is a very big surprise of this tournament. Nijat Abasov. He plays like a ninja. Queen g6. Bishop is in a pin. Queen attacks the rook. Therefore, queen must keep touch with the rook. And you can't move the bishop because you dropped the queen. With tempo, it's devastating. What else is here? Is it this? Is queen f7 better? Nah, I think queen g6 is cool because also you want to be in touch. You never know. You never know. Probably queen g6 allow queen h2. Hi there, Alexis. Thanks for stopping by. Queen g6. Queen h2. Queen g6. Queen h2. Yeah, and we got a status quo. It just is. I think it's balanced. What else can you play, though? If you play queen f7, it's the same thing. You sort of have to move the black queen, right, Alexis? You have to move the black queen. Where do you move the queen? There's nothing else here. You can't take with the rook because queen takes, and you're just losing. With black, that is. So queen g6 or queen f7? Queen g6 allows queen h2. Okay, so queen f. Queen f2, queen h2 again, f1. Let me play queen g6 and watch the eval bar. Let's look at the eval bar just for a second. After queen g6 had been played, and I deemed it to be probably something that might be keeping things under control. If you have another suggestion, let me know, Alexis. Another suggestion for black, that is. Plus 0.25 at this stage. Let's see, what does the engine say? Queen f3, rook h4, queen h2, perfectly balanced. Well, more or less. Queen f3, queen h2, queen h2. Not a huge advantage. I mean, it's not like black is losing all of a sudden. And frankly, let's just go back and find out what exactly is black supposed to be playing. Queen f7. I said that one too. I said queen g6, queen f7. You don't have any other choices here. There's no other choices for black. Queen f8, queen f8. It's a little bit of a painful move. Queen f8 is a bit painful for a human to play it. You would like to be in touch with attacking the rook and staying close to your rook. So from a psychological point of view, I think queen g6 and queen f7 would probably be top choices of Abasov. Yeah, you probably, yeah, okay. Queen g, that would allow, I think both g6 and f7 would allow e8 potentially. Something's on the board. Queen f7's on the board. Yeah, both of them had been mentioned, g6 and f7. Right. Yes. Yes. Pretty sure Magnus gonna move the white queen straight away up to h2 right now. Plus 0.13. Step by step, he tries to build up some advantage. Yes. Oop, let me just toggle off the stuff. I've let them. I shouldn't have. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we got the confirmation, g6 and f7. There is a battery here. The only way to not getting in trouble is queen to h2 so that you're not in, double attacked here. And then it's going to be very difficult. I think, you know something? If you were, okay, let's just say you play a4 and they do queen e8. You can still play queen h2. Just saying. Alexis and the rest of the brand. So if you do queen h2 now, you say queen to f1. Don't I just take the pawn? If I play queen h2 and you do now queen f1, can I just take on h6, Alexis? Well, can I? I agree, but can I just grab h6 for free, so to speak? What do you reckon? So if I do queen h2 and queen f1, what did I lose here? This guy? No, actually this, and this. Yes, that falls. That loses a piece and actually loses the game. Loses the game. Loses the game then. Queen h2. So a4, does Magnus have to play down like a waiting move or something? Does he have to push like a4, just something? Can he improve though? Because the bishop is in a pin. What can he do? a4 and waiting for this in order to play that? Play a4, queen e8, and then queen h2? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Bassov definitely puts up a very tough fight here. That's very tough. Wow. All these subtleties and tactics matter absolutely. So what's White supposed to be playing then? Yeah. If queen h2 invites queen f1 with big complications, what is White supposed to be playing? a4 and just wait for queen e8? Or is there any improvement that might take place? Or do you play this and that? Although, I mean, might that be okay? On the other hand, you may want to oh, no. You may want to stave off this guy a bit. I mean, if you play this and that, placing your rook on light squares potentially could be attacked in the future at some point. This guy might be coming down the board. Not sure. I don't know. Rook h4, I don't like it in particular. What else can White do here? Do you move the king? Hmm. Not sure about that one either. Feels like wasting tempos and stuff. What is Magnus supposed to be playing? Is like 4 minutes extra or something? Or 4 5 minutes? No, 4 minutes. Like 4 minutes and something. What is what? Can White improve? Let's just put it like this. Can White actually improve something? Bishop can't move. So let's just take it step by step by elimination. Bishop can't move. Good. Can Rook move? Very tough to say, because if Rook moves, let's say you just play a reasonable move. I don't know. You're moving along this line, right? The pawn just comes down the... No, they cannot. They can't, can they? Can you do this and this or this? Can you do Rook h1 in order to either play E or F, or is just painful? It's just... Boy, this is difficult. King b2, and just, I mean, what else? Okay, let's ask the engine. I think now it's the right moment, because the game is being evaluated as a bit advantageous for White. Probably because the black bishop is behind the rook. Probably because double pawns on the C, pawn structure, that's the assessment goes by the engine. And probably because h6 is still targeted by a piece, and potentially you might be able to take it. I don't know when and how, and in what fashion you might be able to. Maybe after king b2, king a3, then queen h2? Hey, bloody hell, he played it now, fellas. Oh, freaking feck. He played queen h2 and the bar goes completely for a Basov, because queen h2, it's what I said I wanted to play, but I missed it completely. Queen f1. Alexis actually signaled queen f1 dangerous. This is a freaking blunder. So queen h2 was something that I wanted to play. Magnus played it, but it's a massive blunder. I think he missed some subtleties. He freaking rushed it in the last I mean, he had like 4 more minutes and he still made a blunder. I mean, I am allowed to play bad moves. Oh, fuck. He didn't play. What? He didn't play Queen F1, which Alexis said. Alexis actually signaled Queen F1. It makes a ton of sense. It's an insidious, subtle, aggressive move, Queen F1. He didn't play it. He played Rook G6. Now, blunder by Magnus, blunder by Abasov. If Abasov played that, he would have been a freaking monster. I would have really feared that the guy is actually just emerges from the depths of this game or like a monster or something. Jesus. Queen H2 blunder because Queen F1, bishop drops. Absolutely. And instead of Queen F1, it's Rook G6. Okay. What can I say? Magnus is lucky and the other guy just missed the opportunity of his life. I think I can say that. Chess-wise, Abasov missed the opportunity of his chess career to beat Magnus Carlsen in the first game and going from the candidates tournament. So that was Abasov's moment. This particular move number 34 with black, Abasov missed it. Missed Queen F1. Crazy. Okay. Magnus can be relieved now. Oh, he's gonna hate himself for like next 5 decades. At the back of his head. If he's not gonna make it next year, Alexis, he's gonna hate himself like for the next 5-6 decades. As a chess player, that is, unless he gets enlightened and he doesn't have an ego and he doesn't care anymore, like Nakamura. So I don't know if he will reach the level of Nakamura's. I literally don't care. Otherwise, if you do care, you're kind of going to be pissed or you're going to beat yourself to death for the next 60 years or something. Tricky now. You know what's the psychology, Alexis, and all my friends? They both have time. It's not like these guys had like 20 seconds on the clock. Oh, man, come on. I had like just 20, 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I just can't see that. Another explanation, you're getting so fatigued. You're getting so exhausted mentally after like 33 minutes in which you've calculated billions, not billion, tens and hundreds and thousands of tens of thousands of variations. You're actually getting exhausted mentally and you just can't see it. You just don't see it. You just, because average folks like us, if I may say that, apologies if I'm offending anyone. I mean, we might be able to see through at some point and just notice stuff, but they didn't. Absolutely very psychological. So from a human point of view, the human perspective of chess is that this is a highly emotionally charged, very psychological game. They would have seen that, both of them taken out of the competition, sitting on a couch, watching the telly like we do now with the PC screen. They would have seen that and joking about it, you know, making fun of the guy that, oh, they didn't see that. And they would have laughed. You know, I think I can see Magnus watching somebody else's game. Oh, they missed that, they missed that. But when you yourself are in that position, you just do not see it. Because psychologically, you just weren't able to. But that was a subtlety. Alexis, let's put it bluntly. Now, just giving some nice evaluation on ourselves. That was a nice subtlety. That thing with Queen H2, Queen F1, that was a bit of a subtlety. It was a bit of a, it's not just that obvious. And, you know, given the emotional context of the clash, it's just difficult. And this little subtlety Magnus played it opens up the rook to hit on c5. And hits on on h6 like 3 times now. So this guy is a goner. Now you got to be careful about something. If you are slightly reckless, you might be getting, It's not over. This is so emotional. I mean, I am afraid, ladies and gents, I am afraid we're going to see more blunders. I think they are tired and it's very emotional. And this is when you just mess up. I mean, now what are you supposed to be playing? Something like Rook H4 or moving the king? You just move the king. You know, no. You lose the king, you just lose the bishop. You have to defend. You have to play something like Rook H4, right? Is there any counterplay I'm not seeing? Is there any checkmates I'm not seeing? No, I don't think so. It's Rook H4. That's all you could do. And then Abbasov has a little bit of game. He might be able to come up with the move to get the bishop more active or something like that. I'm afraid we're gonna see a couple of more mistakes as the time goes by. We're gonna see more funky stuff. That's a nice little one by Magnus himself. Nice little one. Still maintaining all the threats on the board, elegantly defending, and it's just great. Another idea we might be seeing by Abbasov, I would like the black queen to potentially... I mean, if the white king moves on d2, there is just this kind of ideas. But anyway, that's just a long stretch. Because now Abbasov has another issue on his hand. The fall of c5 and the fall of h6. You gonna play this? Then this? Maybe. I mean, where is the weaknesses that he can try to pile up to? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. As the h6 pawn, I'm just looking now at ways to do something with the bishop. If Abbasov now looks for defending this guy, which you can probably, it comes with the I mean, Magnus just takes here and then he threatens this. This is a disaster. So Abbasov, I think, needs to drop the c5 and look to activate the bishop on c8. So leave the freaking c5. It's an awful pawn. Forget about that pawn. It's gonna be painful anyway. Just look for ways to attack maybe d3, the only weakness for white. And if you're lucky, maybe you can make some threats on d3. What else do you want to do? This, and this, I think takes like a billion years, right? I mean, what counter game can Abbasov display now? What can he do? You need to activate the bishop because there's no other stuff you can... Yeah, exactly. Bishop f5. That's exactly what I would have played. Bishop f5. He identified the weakness, so let's just put it for all our friends. d3 is white's main weakness here. Exploitable at the minute. So you've got to do something with that bishop. And now Magnus's turn. You going to take on c5? You going to take on h6? Thanks for your line, 3K. So you said previously rook f3, bishop takes 8, but what if they took on c5 though? No, they don't take on h6 because you're dropping the queen. So if rook f3 would have happened, you can't touch with the bishop because you're just losing queen straight away. So you got to take here if this were to be played. But let me tell you something. This move would have been met maybe by this move. And then if you take here, I'm going to take your queen. So I think rook f3 loses quite quickly by the looks of it, unless I'm mistaken. So rook f3, I think it's bad. Oops, what did I do? But bishop f5 is actually the only stuff. It's okay, I'm doing this kind of things all the time. Actually, I'm talking even before I'm filtering the quality of the moves. I mean, I'm thinking out loud. Let's put it this way. If you want to stay quiet and only emit the consequence after you thought it through and found out, you could, and you're going to fall silent for a while. Other than that, you can just talk whatever thoughts come to your mind, and then you discover as you speak that they are good or bad ideas. And bishop f5, the only counter move I would have identified for black. And now what does Magnus do? Taking here. Can Abasov, let's say bishop c5, can Abasov sack the bishop? Just asking. Or is just too much? I don't think not in this bishop takes. Can you? No, I think it's you're not gonna do nothing as long as the bishop is here guarding f2. So he took on c5. No, I don't think you're supposed to take on d3. You're supposed to try and attack d3 actually with something, namely just this. I think the more pieces come off the board, ladies and gents, the more pieces are being traded, the simpler it gets for Magnus to capitalize. And it gets very predictable. Everything gets very predictable. Pieces are being traded. They get predictable now. What else does black have available here? What do you do? Can you do this? Oh, as I called it, he did play it straight away. The engine doesn't necessarily love it. Looks like poses a problem, but is it really a problem? Hello, Amar. Okay, how do you deal with the d3? A genuine question for all my friends. How do you deal with that? Do you do this in order to play this? Then this? Can I ask this for my friends? Do you guys play queen e2? Defending, 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 preparing, attacking? You guys think queen e2? That's the first thought. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's objectively correct. But you can't let d3. You can't let d3, you can't lose the rook. So the only way to defend them both might be queen e2. You tell me, guys, if I'm wrong. That's what I think personally. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. You guys tell me if that's playable. What do you say, folks? Hmm? 3K, you still there? What do you think about queen e2? Step 65? Queen e2? What would you play, boys? Is this the correct move, though? Is there a stronger move? I mean, you can't afford to lose d3. Nice one. Nice idea. But you know, Alexis, I'm not playing queen e2 only to defend d3. I'm playing queen e2 mainly because I want to hit e7. I want to play e7. And I'm not keen to give them the d3. Okay, king b3, he played it. Nice. Very nice. Oh, this one, probably he played it because he wanted to stop the queen. And maybe he wants to play what he wants to play. Wants to play what? That was a mistake. Yeah, rook e6, which has been played. The engine doesn't particularly love it. Let me go back and see if queen e2 was playable here. I just want to know. So king c3 is what Magnus played. King c3, king b2. Probably queen e2 is not that good. It might be even a disaster. Let's play queen e2. Is it awful ever? Is it the most awful ever move? Not the most awful, but the advantage had disappeared because the queen is overworked. The engine's still debating. The engine's still debating. Still debating. Queen e2. Still debating. Comes with rook e6, queen h2 back. Really a massive waste of a tempo. Massive waste of a tempo because rook e6 idea. Yes, and I think Alexis just mentioned that. So that is the reason. Rook e6, queen goes back. Actually, you didn't do nothing. You were back where you were. Just that now you're going to lose the pawn with check. Disaster. Absolutely disaster. Oopsie. Back to the position. Queen b, king c3. Rook h4. Rook h4. Because if this, then this with some tempo, and then this, and then this. Absolutely sweet. Absolutely very, very nice little find. He managed to find a very workable line here. If bishop takes, so let's just make it clear for all our friends. If bishop takes, Magnus gonna play rook d4. What does that mean? He attacks the bishop twice with the king, with the rook and king, and he wants to win the necessary tempo for the check on d7. And if that's to happen, Abbasov gonna be dead because queen's coming in as well. Not mentioning rook then just taking a7 straight away. Forget about the queen. The queen is a bonus. So if this happens and this happens, I think Abbasov is going steady fast to just loss. Just like that. Just like that. Yeah. Abbasov gonna beat himself to death after finding out that actually queen f1 would have won the match. Psychologically is going to impact his next match. So the fact you're going to find out, I hope no one tells him. I hope no one tells. If I was his coach, theoretically, so if someone is coaching a Basov, they better not tell him that he could have played queen f1 and win. They better not tell the guy. He tell the guy it was tough match. You managed to pull a brilliant defense and stuff like that. Coaches should not be telling Abbasov before the game 2 starts. If they play today, if they play tomorrow, I'm afraid he's gonna find out. I don't know. Did they play the game today or tomorrow? Match number 2. I don't want to switch the tabs now. Oh, whoa. Of course not. Yeah, but just for the sake of it, probably rook d what? Yeah, rook d4, exactly as we said. Rook d4, yeah, but that's just losing. Exactly. So let's just go back. So that was just a involuntary confirmation. I didn't want to play that one. Oh, yeah. So look, Alexis, guys, you cannot not be affected if you actually realize that you could have won and you blundered. It's impossible at a human level not to be hit by that thought, by that idea. So even if you are an incredibly strong performer, you're gonna diminish your stuff and you're gonna affect the next match. If you're playing the same day, that's gonna have massive repercussions on your game. If you're gonna play tomorrow, you might be able to run 1-2 miles. I don't know, eat something nice. Go have a walk in the woods or something. You might be able to recalibrate for the next day. But if you're playing in the same day, you gotta be unhuman to just recover that quickly. You gotta be unhuman. You're not an engine after all. You're not a machine. Nice find by Magnus. Ooh. Actually, I'm really curious. Guys, I need to apologize. I want to go back just a little bit. Hello, Assam. Let me just go back a little bit and find out what's going on with the info. When do they play the game 2? Is it today or is it tomorrow? So I'll be able to make maybe a bit more predictions, my 2 cents schedule. Apologies for this. Ah, tomorrow. Okay, so he's got time to actually come around. Okay, let's go back to the games. He has time to come around. Okay. Okay, let's go back to this position now. You tell me, guys, if you want to have a look at Prague and the Ladies World Cup, you let me know. Yes. Tough decision. And now he's going low on time. So yeah, he's gonna find out until tomorrow. But he does have time to go return, maybe. He will also have a feeling that Magnus is not invincible. He's not infallible. And it can be beaten. He can be beaten. So probably the conclusion, Basov's conclusion would be, look, there was a moment in which if I concentrated a bit more, I would have been able to just beat Magnus at that point. And maybe gonna come back ready to fight tomorrow for victory. Tomorrow he must win. Or he needs to go down with a very tough fight. I mean, you gotta fight until the last. And as we can see, blunders happen. Even for the best of the best. As long as you're a human, Magnus is part of the game. Blunders are part of the game. Well, White's winning at this point. Man, that was such a weird position. I mean, that's such a weird position with double pawns on the C, double pawns on the E, and bishop a6. Yeah, probably he needed to come up with something every single move. I had the proposition during the live stream like 2 hours ago, and I said to my friends about the move c4. Let me just very briefly go to that particular moment. It's here. I said to my friends, they were on the stream, that black should consider c4 here, which apparently the engine favors it more than bishop e7, which had been played, and by the way, it's also a theoretical approach. And c4, apparently, it gives on the c5 pawn, so you give that pawn, of course, but it comes with the costs. You're challenging the pawn structure, and you're preparing a potential bishop b4 either pin, or you have a very nice diagonal for your bishop. Better than bishop e7, which is an invitation for white to explore and take initiative. C4 is a move that the engine appreciates a bit more than bishop e7. After the engine now will debate within himself, whatever that means, the engine will tell you, Alexis, that c4 in this position is as valid as bishop e7. If you give it some thought, and later on, if you want to put it on your own engine, look at this particular idea with c4. I don't even know if it's in the archives. I've suggested it during the live stream for my friends. And then I've checked with the engine, and the engine actually still debates second after second after second, looks c4 at this point a bit more promising than bishop e7. You're going to have some look yourself at this moment of the game. Move 11. And we can actually check in the archives and see if there's any super GMs that actually played c4 or black here. It's a tough one, but I think it's exploitable. I think it's definitely interesting, Alexis. c4, it's for sure very interesting, with very nice counterplay. Nevertheless, a bit better than bishop e7, because bishop e7 gives white more advantage. Move 11, bishop e7, the eval bar gives striking advantage for white here, plus 1.10, whereas c4 gives just plus 0.70 or something. It's more logical, it's more human, and it has a lot of sense and meaning. I mean, bishop e7, very passive. c4 is actually a striking move. It's like a Muay Thai kick. c4 is a striking move, and he should have probably considered. Anyway, let's go back to bishop g4. Oh, they just played rook h4, bishop g4. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Can I play this? He wants to shut off the h completely. He wants to play h5. That's a sneaky move here. That's an interesting one. Can I play something else? Can I play this? And after this move, can I go with the queen somewhere? I don't know where though. How do I get the queen to hit here? I gotta go here. Then where? How? When? Oh, it just takes a billion years. Wait a second. Abaso found an interesting move. And given the fact that Magnus goes, guys, I'm afraid we're going to see a bit more mistakes. Oof. What? Bishop, wow. Wow, 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 wow. What the heck was this thing? Sorry, what is going on? Wait a second, guys. Wait, just wait a minute. Bishop takes a7, right? Uh-huh. King takes and queen plays. You found something very interesting. Not necessarily objectively fantastic, but actually you took a pawn. You took a pawn. I think he was on here. I think he was on here. He actually considered previously. He grabbed the pawn. He created a massive passer. And queen g1 going to happen with check. This guy going to be taken. The engine still says a 0.00. It is still not over. It's still not over, guys. Still not over. It is not done. King a7. No. What? Queen c7? What, do you want to do a perpetual? I don't think queen c7. What? Oh my god. Oh, what is that? Bishop d4. What did he play? Abasov, what did he do? He should have grabbed the freaking bishop and just play. Okay, you can't do this with Magnus. You can't do this with Magnus. Okay, bishop d4 and good luck. At this stage, I don't know what might be saving. And forget not, people, that actually g4 is under threat. Hi there, Josh. Thanks for visiting. Oh boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so what? Bishop d4 now, right? What do you think the engine's gonna say? The engine. What? Bishop d4 draw? Because queen g5? Oh, this is sick. And this is sick, and it's just a couple of seconds. Guys, do you see what I see? King b4 actually is the move that wins. You've got to be kidding me, right? I mean, you do have to be kidding at this stage. And Magnus is like 5 seconds? Okay, this is nuts. And they just got the half an hour. What did he play? What did Magnus play? Oh, this is sick. Okay, okay, I think if Magnus didn't move and he got the half an hour, he might be able to see King b4, which I didn't see a damn thing about King b4 as being the only correct move that actually keeps white in a huge advantage. I did not see King b4. It's such a crazy move. I can't believe my eyes. Bishop d4. Okay, we got to do this. Bishop d4. My first choice is actually a dead draw. Why? Because queen g5? What, for this? This is unreal. I mean, you've got a lot of... You have to calculate like a maniac here. And you gotta tell me... Rook takes g4 now, right? I mean, you can't be serious. You can't be serious. Rook g4. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Queen G... This is so obvious. Oh, this is so obvious. Obvious my back. What is this? And a4 now. Okay, give me a break. King b4. King b4 actually is the one that wins. And the king must not take the bishop, because if this happens, obviously, whoop, queen c7. Because this is crazy. King c7, king a8. Rook G4. Oh my God. Oh, sorry. How sick that is. My God, this is so sickening. This is so sickening. Oh God, Jesus. King B4. How many of us would be able to see this with a couple of seconds on the clock? Magnus didn't move yet. Good news. He didn't move yet. The only move is King B4. I am super curious, given half an hour, if Magnus identifies King B4. Probably gonna see it. If you're not gonna see it, it's because of the emotional things. Because you got a checkmate. If you go C7, you're gonna be threatening for checkmates. So if this guy, oh sorry, it's white's turn. So if King B4 and this guy takes, we're gonna take with this guy, and this happens. This guy, oh, Queen C8 or Rook G4, Rook G4, King C8. This one apparently is very strong, and it's pretty much unstoppable at this stage. You got very many threats here. You got very many threats. Or Queen E7, trade off everything. You're gonna get this guy, and you just have a billion extra pawns. It's not a checkmate, but the threat is the attack is incredibly strong. Seemingly, the attack is so strong. Again, either A8 or A6, you're gonna grab this guy, and it's just too much power. It's too much power, too much attacking power. That is why, apparently. As of Queen G1, it's not even being mentioned by the engine here. Because it's a weaker move, and the problem is this is a passer. So if we play this, probably King's gonna move. So let's say you're gonna play this, right? Are they gonna play? Oh, what a found! It's actually C5 that exposes terribly. Oof! This is absolutely nuts. This is so sick. This is absolutely sickening. Wow, it's a super tough match. Okay, so Magnus now is on. He had half an hour. He didn't make a move. He didn't make a move. The only correct move is King B4. Bishop D4 lands into this craziness with Queen G5, which actually wants to come here as well. So that's not something to trifle with. You got to be careful about that one. Bishop D4, Queen G6, Bishop B8, Bishop B6, Queen takes B6. It's absolutely sick. Bishop D4, Queen G5. This is just it's this one coming probably. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to assess the position. This look, I thought that as the game progresses towards the end, I thought to myself things are gonna get clearer and simpler, but they aren't. I mean, it's just not. We reached a possible potential future position in which the only correct move for white is like rook takes g4, right? Or bishop b6. You wanna tell me a human would do that? You wanna tell me a human would play rook g4, bishop b6, or bishop e5? No human would do that. Probably. Uh, that's absolutely amazing. So actually, king b4 the only move. Oh my god! And I was so certain that actually bishop d4 just wins. Oh my god! He plays this. He plays. He plays it. He plays it. He fought for like 8 minutes or something. He did play. Okay, probably he's the best player on the planet. He played king b4. He saw it. He saw the freaking damn move. He saw king b4. He saw the move. He saw it. Now, if this guy takes, it's an incredibly strong attack, and actually, you're gonna get checked, and this guy's gonna fall, and you're gonna be in deep trouble. Oof. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely super crazy position here. A super crazy position. Unbelievable. 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 Rook e5. What does Basov want to do? What does he want to do with the rook here? What does he want to do with the rook? Why did he play the rook? You want to play c5? Want to do this kind of crazy? Oh, you want to play c5? Yeah, d4 makes sense. Absolutely, d4 makes sense. It does. Can you just take the bishop? c5. Then you go here. Where is the check? Where's the check? Can you play rook takes g4 and then if there's c5, you're going to drop here? You're going to have no more checks. Can you do that? Plus 4.49. So if you take the bishop, which I just took now. I just took the bishop now. We were thinking that actually black's going to push c5, right? That's what we said. Because other than that, there's what other threat there are here? This? Might be. There might be. There might be some other threats. Which we weren't aware. This, we haven't calculated them all. But the engine does say it's fundamentally wrong. So which one is it? This one, right? One play here. I still think it's looking good for white now. If this guy takes, then you're going to play this or you're going to play queen? No. That's what happened, but you're going to go here. So probably you are going to play queen to f4. And if there is a check, you're going to run here. Then there's another one here, and you're going to get toast immediately. So you got to do something else now. After king takes a7, you have to be very, very careful. What do you play here? Ah! No. No, you don't. What does white play here? Gonna play this? There's queen a6 coming, right? With check. You're just gonna play this. No, you're gonna play queen g2. You're gonna play queen g2. And if there is this, you're gonna drop here? Yeah. I think so, by the looks of it. By the looks of it, you can play king b2 if there is queen a6, and there's no more other checks. And actually, this is incredibly dangerous for black now. Okay, that's not what happened. Let me go back. King b4. And Magnus didn't move a thing. Magnus gonna make use of all the available time until it's getting very clearly that he wins. So he gonna use all the time until he really gets to win it. He gonna use all the time now. Wow. D4, by the way, Alexis, if you're still there, D4 had been played. Yes, I think makes a ton of sense. You're avoiding all the complicated. So the best stuff about D4, what it means. First thing first, if there is a C5, you just take it. That's it. Closed. Goodbye. Nothing. It's finished. That's it. Done. So D4 is cool. And also, if there is any queen happening or something, you also play queen to C5. Sorry, bishop to C5. And it's very controllable. Whereas rook took G4, Alexis, probably would have invited black to explore desperate lines. And you want to keep it under. I think Magnus now wants to play as positional as possible. He wants to be maximum positional, controllable, predictable. He doesn't want funky lines. He doesn't want any wild takes, any craziness on the board now. He wants everything simple, everything clear. He wants to win. He wants to win. Wants effectiveness and predictability. Positional stuff. You want positional stuff here. White is having now like 2 extra pawns and 1 passer. The pawn on e2 is a passer. It's not opposed by any black pawn. There is 1 passer here for black, but and probably Abasov wants to just play this structure. The problem is that the Abasov's black rook is under threat, so he needs to move the black rook. And where do you move the rook? And after you move the rook, white is going to take bishop. And you got like 1,000,000,001 problems. I don't even know where to start. So that is why the engine gives like plus 3.49 advantage for white. And after Abasov played queen f6, Magnus took like 7-8 minutes and he did play king b4. How many of us would have played king b4? How many of us? I mean, I just went for bishop d4. In the second Abasov like played king f6, I only saw bishop d4 in front of my eyes. And I was very impulsive to have played it, but actually would have been the move that draws the game because other complications opened up. But hey, when you're a grandmaster, probably you kind of smell the craziness. Yeah, rook e8, but still an invitation for white. Yeah, rook e8. True. Then rook takes g4. And you still have a problem because if you touch the bishop, we got a check here. I don't know where you go, but then it's going to be a deadly battery here. I don't even know where you go. So rook e8. So let's just put it this way. I think now, after Abasov makes the next move, I think it'll be even clearer that white's going to win. As soon as the bishop on g4 drops, as soon as that bishop's being taken, I think it's pretty much, we could say that white's going to win here. Shall we have a quick look at Fabi and Prague and see what he did? Who's the finalist? No, we cannot say, ladies and gents, we cannot say in all conscious. Another intense ending, but it's more clearer and positional here. They might be, yeah, they might be drawing this, guys. Might be drawing. Yeah, the pawns will be disappearing. That's going to be a draw now. White takes, black takes. Then probably you're going to play something to defend this guy. I don't know what. Probably this. And if there is a check, you're probably going to play this. If there is another check, you're going to bring the rook back. But then they're going to go for this pawns. I don't know. But yeah, the correct one would be rook c3, rook a5. And I don't know what's the best thing for white to play afterwards. Not sure. Probably this. Just having things under control. And yeah, but that's a draw. With the purpose of just pushing. Okay. It's a draw-ish looking like one. Indeed. So this one, Prague versus Fabi, looks like a drawish one. Oh, Fabi's doing this kind of things. Well, this guy's going to come down, so you're still going to have to take it because queen is, yeah, oh, okay. You didn't take it now, you took it later. Oh, that's a trick to actually win the tempo, to decide what to do about defending e5. I think. Was it a win over tempo? Yes, it was a win over tempo because if he didn't push the pawn, black rook would have been on the 5th rank. No, but it was a subtlety here. Why did Fabi push the pawn? Let's just make it clear for everybody. Guys, this is a grandmaster subtlety. If white takes now, black rook's going to take and attacking this guy with tempo straight away. If you push the pawn, you take this guy, oopsie daisy. You pushed, okay, you take it, but when they take, your pawn is not under threat. This is the big subtlety ever. You have so to speak, a tempo now to figure out if you want to defend this guy, if you want to do something else. Let me go back to Magnus and stuff. Did he resign, the other guy? Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, by the looks of it, yeah. Let me just go back quickly. Yeah. Was the... Uh-huh. Okay, let's see that. Come on. What did happen? Yeah, we knew it's gonna happen anyway. We knew it's gonna happen. So what was it? Hold on a sec, guys. Let's just take it step by step. D4, Alexis said. Queen plays check. Probably bishop c5 or c5. Oh, that's sweet. Okay. Rook's being hit. Bishop's being hit. Rook under threat. Bishop under threat. By the value of the pieces, you would say you have to save the rook. Right? You must save the rook. Do you know what's the problem with this? Is this. That is why he resigned. So he can't do this because queen's going to go over here. And they're going to play this, then it's checkmate. That is why he resigned. In case you're wondering why didn't he continue. You can't continue. Things gonna dropping. Whatever you move the rook, you're gonna get checkmated. And if you don't move the rook, guess what? I am going to take the rook. And again, it's game over again. This is game over. A mad game. Very, very difficult game, I have to say. Incredibly tough game. And yeah, guys, Alexis, Anirudh, guys, whenever you got time, if you can check in the archives, I'm going to have a look myself. I don't think there is one single... I think we need to go to ChessBase or 365.com or something. Is there any game in the archive played by title players in which black chooses to do c4 and not bishop e7? So I need to put that on the search engine somewhere. I don't think on chess.com they have such thing. The archive on chess.com is very bad. It's not updated. It's not good. ChessBase, it's probably more comprehensive. You've got to try something combative, Anirudh. So you got to try something combative. So you got to go with the Sicilian. What? Alakine. What do you want to play? Got to try something. What? Owen's defense. What do you want to play with black against Magnus and play for a win? Or okay, atunci play for a draw. Spanish, Italian. What do you want to play for a draw? Berlin. What do you? So I need to double check if there is any C4 in any official game match being played. This is just move 11 in this variation, and I don't know if there's any title player that played C4 rather than E7, bishop E7, that is. Probably it's not. Probably it's not. Let me see in the openings. No, there are, and as per usual, there are no games with this position found in the database. So that's what you're going to find very often on chess.com. They got almost nothing. When it's get a little bit in depth, they got nothing. There's no such thing on their archive. And not on Lichess either. You're not going to find nothing in there. I mean, it's very poor. The chess bases on Lichess and chess.com, they're very bad. They just need to put a ton of games. They're not updated. You're going to be finding more on Chess24, I think. Chess24, ChessBase, probably the updated one. You might be able to find. You need to spend quite a few bucks to get a one. But this one, it's something. For black here, if you want to play this variation. There is something here for black. It doesn't necessarily look incredibly great for black, but there's an interesting idea. Anyway, probably he's not going to be playing this thing again. Probably. And tomorrow they're going to be playing Magnus Black and Abasov with black. No, so, yeah, it's game 2. It's game 2. It's game 2. Let me check a little bit the info again. Hold on a sec, guys. Let me double check a little bit the info here. No, not the info. The info. No. The schedule, actually. Apologies. The schedule. Okay, the schedule. Yeah, no, game 2 is tomorrow, 20th of August. Round 7, game 2. Okay, so tomorrow. Do you need to have like 2 points difference, I guess? If I remember correctly from the previous ones. Results. This guy is still playing. Minute. Results. Right. Yeah. So tomorrow is going to be the second match. You need 2 points difference in order to play in the final. So, yeah. Okay. That was a very nice one today. And those guys are still playing. Okay. Probably just a couple of minutes. Let's just see their game. Prague, and Bobby. Okay. It's just one little pawn here on e5. And it's a very blunt draw. There is some potential here for Fabi. Okay. I think Fabi going to try to squeeze the position. Hey, if you can win, why not? It's after all, it's a pawn, but it's very difficult. How you gonna get? Oops, how you gonna get through? What are you gonna? What's the plan for white? I think it's very instructive, but really, I don't see how you can. The king can't join the attack because they're gonna be checking you forever. Plus, you got to be careful about the pawns on the second rank. So I don't know what the white king can do. What can they do? How can you get closer to supporting the pawn or something? You cannot. You got to look after the f2 and h2. So when you get checked, what do? Do you get out in the open? You won't be able to defend these guys. So you got to stay close to them. So if there's a check, you got to go back and just stay here. So you're not going to be able to do too much progress. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's cool stuff. Cheers, guys. Is there a raid? Okay. So let me thank the guy with the raid. I know who they are. I only see one viewer here, so yeah, maybe it's not updated or something. I don't know. I just yeah, I can only see one viewer via Twitch and a couple of guys via YouTube. So yeah. But anyway, thanks for the raid, thanks for the intention. Appreciate it a lot, fellas. Yeah, so I don't see where's the hi there, Amrit. Hello, Zafib. I don't see the way for white to push through with this guy. I mean, what you can do, in case the black king moves on the 7th rank, so let's just put it this way. If there is a black king on the 7th rank, you might be able to push this guy if the black rook is down here. So you might be able to create some disruption. But other than that, there's no way. You can't. There's just no way. Move here, check. What do you do? Move here, check. What do you do? Okay, he tries. He does try. Fabi does try. But how? You tell me, guys, if you have a plan here. Yes, Step Magnus did win indeed. He did win indeed. So, do you guys see a clear way for white to capitalize here? Okay, if you were Fabi Caruana now, you would like to win this position. The only stuff is just that this guy, again, at some point, if the black king is on the 7th rank, and if the black rook is not on the 6th rank, you're able to push. But this is so long of a stretch. How on earth you expecting Prague to move the rook away from the 6th rank, allowing you... first, he's got to move the king on the 7th. Second, he's got to move the rook away. Thirdly, he's got to wait for you to create the tempo for you to push the pawn. Yeah, give me a break. So that's not going to happen. And for this reason, probably Fabi should be drawing now and just go for another match tomorrow, fight another day. There is no way. Again, the white king can't really join the party here. They can't. And if you go too far, by the way, guys, if you're ever thinking about getting king two up on the board or 2 down, you're going to be facing this kind of threats. And actually, I think you're going to lose. Oh yeah, the young GMs from India do incredibly well. They're really strong coming now. And they okay, so that's a check. But make no mistake now. So what is white gonna do? You're gonna go here, check again. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go here, rook a2, and I think you've just lost. Therefore, you played this. I'm gonna check again. You are forced to come down. Okay, he moved king e4, right? Okay, let's just okay, my 2 cents. Prague's gonna check again. My 2 cents. He's gonna check again, right? And now you tell me what Fabi plays. I really wanna know. And I'll make a prediction. He's gonna go back. After rook a4, he's gonna just come back. I don't know, e3, f3, you name it. I don't know which one. But I don't think it makes too much of a difference. Do you think he's gonna block with the rook? Check. Okay, Prague didn't even bother. He didn't even bother. You know why? Because he wants to play this. And Fabi's gonna have to push h4. Then he might be going for this. And Fabi's gonna play something like this. Yes, that's true, Anirudh. Probably after the check, rook d4. If rook take, there is a clearer way for the king to actually force the advancement and, winning the upper hand. But Prague didn't even bother. The game's still a draw, but he goes for probably rook h1 idea, to which you just have to push h4. Or you're just going to drop your guys. Of course, h4. He even done it, preemptively. So I think we are capable of anticipating to some extent. Still a draw, though, but surprising they're still playing. Yeah, no king to d file. Actually, you know something? You could take my rook if you want. Actually, I think it's better for white. He can go. But the problem would be this guy here and this guy. He's going to take your pawns. He's going to do this. Do that. He's going to do this. You're going to drop the g3. You're going to lose the game. So, one in all, I don't think white can afford the luxury to go with the king up the board. That is the d file. Not because the black rook checks you, because then you're going to just trade and you're going to be very happy. I think the reason is you can't move up the board because you're going to be dropping f and g pawns, ultimately. Starting with the g pawn, to my understanding. So if you go here, you're not going to play this. You're going to go here. And you either drop the rook, which is a subtlety. So let's put it this way. I don't know what black's going to do. I have no idea if if Prague's going to check a4, e1, or f2. I don't know. If there is f2, there is also rook d2. After the check, the king goes forwards. There might be some play. I guess, given the fact Fab is like 16 minutes on the clock, he may want to. He may want to try. They themselves, being humans, they're getting tired and emotional. And it's, they're just waiting now like the snipers. One single, you just need to make one mistake. And they will be taken out immediately. Probably so let's put it like this. You want the white king. So let's just put it like you want the white king somewhere along the 5th, the 6th rank to push this guy. You may want to make sure you don't lose the f pawn. So now Prague needs to decide. Does he want to attack like this? Does he want to attack like this? Does he want to check the king? And because they're already tired, one of them might be making at some point some mistake. So it's not very clear just yet. It's just not very clear. And Prague's going to use his time. Nice one. Nice one. He didn't even bother complicating it. He just went nicely. No pawn's advancement. Okay. Over to Fabi now. I don't know what Fabi... This comes with a little bit of a... Okay, let me just think of something. If you go via the F4 to play like this, kind of stuff, you're going to get checked. If you move here, you're going to get checked again. Nice one. Because if you play this, they're going to check you. You're going to go here. They can't check you. So G3, by the looks of it, also stops a potential check if the king were to make it on the G5 square. If. But boy, they're playing with the fire. They're playing with the fire. Yeah. If you're feeling, you know, if you're in a good mental shape and you think that things are controllable, probably you could push it. If you really want to push it like this, probably you can. Probably you can. I don't think it's bad. I think it's good for white though. Rook E1, you're gonna play king F4. Where is the check? What do you do? Because the white king then might be able to travel. Okay, we do have this. We're gonna have to move the king back on F4. You're playing with the fire here. I mean, I don't know what Fabi playing for. I think Fabi playing for hoping Prague gonna make a blunder. I mean, probably that is what I don't even know if anyone proposed the draw. Fabi dreams to pushing this guy at some point, supported by the king somehow. But how do you want to do this? I can't say because there is no way for the king to come closer, not being checked. Everywhere you look at, they can be checked everywhere. Rook A4. Okay. Rook D4. Fabi would love for Prague to take. That's not going to happen. Prague not going to take your rook to allow you to get the king to marching on the D and E column. He's not going to allow you to do that. Yeah, of course, king F4. Fabi also hopes that Prague's going to play this, so he can do this and then this. And he hopes that if there is any check, you're going to play G5, and then you're going to block it like this, probably. This is... You playing with the fire. You're playing with the fire here. Okay. Still might be a draw, though. There's no big mistake happening as of yet. Still might be a draw. Still might be a draw. Hard to say. Hard to say. Oh, finished three coffees until. Go grab another snack. I mean, whatever happens, I can find the counter move. So whatever takes place, I can always see a counter move. I see an argument, I see a counter argument. So you come up with something, I have a response. You propose something, I have a response. It's like a perpetual dialogue here, and I can't see a clear way through. So whatever you play with white, I have a response with black, and vice versa. I know that white is in a position to generate a couple of questions here for Prague, but I have an answer to all of them. Okay, so king is on G7 now. Again, I think Fabi dreams of this kind of forcing moves. There is no what? There is no... Okay, G4. He takes with the king. Takes with the king, I reckon. If you take with the pawn, again, you're going to get like a billion checks. I mean, okay, now that's the moment of truth. Okay, he took with the pawn. Fine. Okay. Let's drop the rook on A1 and see what Fabi does. Okay. After rook A1, what do you do? King G5. Okay. Okay. Rook E1? Gonna play this? Probably. Then they're gonna play rook f2, holding it. I think they're gonna play when it's the last pawn on the board and nothing happens and it's clear. They're gonna be pushing until the very last move, until the pawns are being traded and stuff, and or at least until it's a perpetual or something. I don't know. I don't know if anyone proposed the draw and the other guy rejected or accepted it. I don't know that. I really don't know that. So, guys, correct me. Is it rook a1 the correct move for black here to hope to, do some checks after check? Is it rook a1 or is there something else? You want to play this kind of stuff? I don't think so. I guess rook a1, rook a3 to a1 gives black the chance to keep checking and potentially, keep an eye on the pawns and stuff. You attack them from behind. That's rook a6 and rook a5. Rook a5, rook a6. Yeah. But you know what that means, Anirudh. If you play rook a5 and rook a6, might you be having this kind of... I think rook a1 it might be stronger because it's important you check the king. After rook a5, rook a6, you don't check the white king. That's the difference. Let's ask the engine. Let's ask the engine. I want to make sure. Oh, bloody hell. Rook a5, rook a6, eh? You're right. Rook a5, rook a6. But what's wrong with rook a1? I really want to know. What's wrong with rook a1? Rook a1 is not that good because rook e4 supporting advancement of the pawn. Oh, go figure. So rook a1 it's not that strong because rook goes behind the pawn and the pawn goes forwards. This is a subtlety. Whereas rook a5 or at least rook a6 just stops it altogether. Because I think the idea for Fabi, we said that, is to push the e pawn. That's the idea for Fabi. You gotta push the pawn. But after rook a1 and rook e4, can't I just check the king again and again and again? Just saying. So let's say this, right? Okay, cool. We got it. Fine. Okay. Can I just check the king like forever? Well, check, right? Is there something bad with the check? King g5. Okay. Okay, rook h1. Rook h1, rook h1, rook d1, rook c1, rook b1, rook a1. A bit of an advantage for white because they managed to put the king to safety, unattackable, whilst defending the two pawns. So I think the engine would prefer, I think it's probably nothing 3k, but the engine would still prefer white here. They would prefer white because white king defends the both pawns. You may be deciding to push at some point. The king itself is unattackable. You can't check the king. You can't really... I mean, you can, but then I'm going to take. Then you're going to take. Then I might be able to check. You might be in trouble. So probably it's a better position for white. And also you could decide at any point to push this guy, thus creating some rook potential attacking on g6. So I think this position, oh yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, no, not now, not now. Probably after this. And takes, and goes. Well, they're actually, I think, winning for white. So h5 probably something. And this and that. Okay, probably. Let's go back now. Did they move something? What did they do? h5. Oh, Rook a5 being played by Prague. H takes and takes. 0, 0, 0. Absolute draw. That's what I think it is. And that's what it is. But they're not going to give up just yet, today. Prague again. What happens after this? After king, oops. What happens after king h6? Gonna play this? Takes and takes? Yeah, you're gonna lose actually. King h6 loses immediately. It's a massive blunder. Or at least you lose a lot of tempos. So that's not playable. Very tough one. These guys are super grandmasters and they're still playing. Yeah, because a blunder might be even possible. Yeah, of course it's possible. You never know. Maybe Prague plays king h6, for instance. You never know. What if he plays it, though? Then you're going to win the game. You know, it's you sort of want to put a stop to this guy and... Wow. Yeah, Prague is still having 15 minutes. Probably not going to play any blunder. He's having 15 minutes. Can he? No, he cannot. This is nonsense. He can't push the black pawn. He can't move the king. He's got to move the rook. It's a rook move, right, guys? This is a rook move. It's got to be a rook move. What does the black rook move? Okay, let me close that one. Hold on a second. Next, he played. I'm going to take with tempo. Then you're going to take here, then check here. Then here. Guys on the threat. Play here, then they're going to check you via the a4, right? f6. Going to take with tempo, but that would be 1 pawn less. Can you push forwards? Well, if you push forwards, they're going to take this guy. You still can't move the king because they're being cut off by the rook. Hi there, dear visitor. So what do you do? Do you take the black pawn or do you push forwards? Right. All right. Preferably, guys, please, using English, please, so we can understand all of us. E6. Or you take. What do you do? Do you take or do you push forwards? If you push forwards, you're inviting this guy here. Then you're going to play a check. Then they might be playing this. This is critical. But do you take or go forwards? Or it don't matter? It does matter. It does matter. If you want to make it a draw, this is guys, this is difficult. If you want to make it a draw, apparently you've got to play rook d7 check or h6 check. Which would be a draw, of course, h6, yeah. But what if you just push forwards? Or is that losing? Is that losing? Let me play it. It's very sharp. And I think best chance for Fabi to win is to push. The engine says still 0-0, but that is the only one that actually might elicit from black a bad move. I mean, just look at it. Obviously, if you take, black's going to take and that's it. Cool, we've established that. Or h6 takes, and okay. But I think the one that would be making things funny is this. And if you look at the evaluations now, I know you won last. There is only one correct move. Rook takes h5. I think emotionally it poses a bit more problem for black here. 3k. Rook e5, you're saying. Okay, rook e5. Well, hold on to the pawn just for a bit longer. You don't see rook e5 here. I would assume probably it's a mistake or something. And if you look at all the lines, there is only one correct move. Rook takes h5. If Prague doesn't play it, he might actually lose it. So, I mean, you know, if you're looking at the psychology of it, did he play it? What did he play? Well, now it's going to be okay. What? Rook d6. Oh, man, he's still... What is... Okay, the idea would be that if you take with the rook, I'm going to do this, then you're going to play that, then I'm going to win. I don't think Prague's going to do that. You can't move the black pawn, I'll give you that. But probably now, he's going to march down. He's going to march back. Okay, he's going to go back. Yeah, they're going to be playing for a bit longer. You never know. Yeah, that's a cool one. But I don't think Prague's going to fall for it. He's a super GM after all. Yeah, that's skipping chat. He's a super... Okay, he wants to play until the pawn had disappeared and there's just nothing else. Fabi gonna play until the very last moment when that pawn is being completely blocked or he gets into a perpetual. He's gonna use the chances for that particular extra pawn he got. That's it. He's gonna use it. He's gonna fight today, he's gonna fight tomorrow, he's gonna fight the day after tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So you can't take because it's pin. You can't take because you're gonna lose the rook. Rook takes the E, check, and white king's gonna take the black rook, and white's gonna win. Fabi gonna win here. So Prague will have to either do g6 or g7, and again, what do? You take. Okay. If you go on g7, there will be check. They might be going here, and I really don't see how you're gonna that pawn. Moves played: king g7, rook takes f6. That is sweet. Preserving the pawn. Here comes the billion checks. Here comes the trillions checks. Okay, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go what? On B, C. Where are you gonna go? Oh, nice one. King's push. Check. What? Well, they can't take, can they? Oh my god. So if this happens and this thing happens, you can't take the rook. You gotta go sideways back, checking the king like this. He really relentlessly poses problems for... Oh, you gotta be careful. So if you do this, they're gonna play this. You gotta be careful of the... So hold on a second. You take the rook. They're gonna take it. They're gonna... All right, they're gonna do opposite. Yes, they're gonna go in front of the promotion square. You can't force. Yes. Yeah, it's gonna be... No, you're gonna have to step out. You can't take it. No, you can't take it. You can't take it. No, you can't take it. You gotta play rook on A and then keep checking the guy. Try to stop any pawn's advancement, apparently. But that's not what happened. Let's go back. Rook A2. Okay. Yeah, you don't take the rook. You try to check the white king on all positions. But you know something? What doesn't that allow? No, you can't do this because there's check, and then you're gonna drop the rook. Then you're gonna lose. Okay, he wants to just keep checking the king. Okay, they go here, gonna be check. They go back, gonna be check. Wherever you go, gonna be check. Check here, gonna move here. And probably white tries to do this kind of stuff. And then building up a bridge or something. He will try in the remaining 14 minutes to build up a bridge and push that pawn. I mean, he'll try. It is, for sure, but humans are fallible. They make mistakes. They make mistakes. You you never know. You just never know. 61 moves. King f7. Can you do check? But then they're gonna go here. Check. Nice one. You see, one single mistake, one single bad move, just one single bad move. If the king goes in front of the pawn, he done. He don't. What do you do now? Do you play this, and after the check, you're gonna go? Yeah. So he goes there. After this check, you're gonna go this, or you're gonna go this way. You're gonna go this. They're gonna play this. Then you gotta be careful about the checkmate. Okay. King moves. So I don't say it's not a draw. What I'm saying is that people do mistakes. If black plays here, it's checkmate. If black plays here, you're gonna move the king one more time. So even at the highest level, people are not error proof. The engine would definitely draw this one in a couple of seconds. Humans, maybe. Humans, maybe. Humans, maybe. So thanks very much for following, fellas. Whoever that was our new friends, I appreciate. Okay. Rook e2. Key. So you can't move the king, so to speak. Check. That is cool. This guy's gonna move now. What are you doing next? You're gonna play this and play like this? What do you want to do? This and this? Or this, this and this? I mean, just trying to see if I can build up a bridge or something, or at least attempt to. At least attempt to. Okay. Okay. That thing might be allowing one more square or something. So where does the black king go? They might be playing here. And I'm going to have this. And they're going to go on the back rank. Then I'm going to... You know, this is playing at 2-3 levels. It is a draw, but it's worth it. And I think it's very instructive as well. It is a draw, okay. If black plays correctly, that is, every single move. But you know, white doesn't have nothing to lose. So, okay, let's put it in these terms. White doesn't have too much to lose apart from a draw. I mean, hopefully you're not going to just give the rook. Whereas black does, if black doesn't play correctly, they may get in trouble. So Fabi just plays for this reason. Rook e8. Okay, he wants to check, rightfully so. When this thing gonna happen, king's gonna move, allowing one more pawn push. So what is white doing here now? Do you check? King's gonna come here. You check. King's gonna come here. You go here, threatening checkmate. King's gonna go left and right. The progress is very difficult. I don't see progress. I don't see how. But anyway, apparently Fabi doesn't want to give up just yet. He does want to give up. Okay. Okay. Weren't okay. If this would be this, I reckon, forcing the black. So I think another idea for Fabi, not just pushing the pawn, but he tries to create, getting the black king actually to stay on the h forever. So if they do this with the king, we're going to have a check, forcing the black king on the margin, and then keeping the rook maybe on the somewhere on the g file. Obviously not g2 now, but just saying. So if this check and they attack, you're going to go with the rook, I don't know, maybe here or maybe here. So keep the black rook, keep the black king on the h file and try to push the pawn if possible. Other than that, I don't see anything. I really don't see. I don't know how. Rook e2, yeah, absolutely. So what are you gonna do? This. I mean, what? How? When? So at the very highest level chess, in between two super grandmasters, they just keep like playing. Bobby just keeps playing. I mean, apart from the fact you're relying that the human can make a mistake, what else? I mean, he understands very well. You can't push, you can't make too big of a progress, right? Can't make too big of progress. What do you do? All right. Finished like 3 coffees already. Still need that snack though. So, okay. Okay. Either cutting off the black king or just going for some checks. But then they're moving here, and then you're moving here, and then they're going back. And I mean, Prague's not going to get in opposition with you so that you can checkmate them, right? So I don't think Prague's going to make an opposition now for Fabi so that he get checkmated. Hello, Jackson. Something like 2100 and something on Rapid, some 2000 on Blitz, 1800 on Bullet. I'm not that good. I'm not that speed of a player. How much? Okay. King to F8. What do you want to do? Check. There are so many things to be said, Jackson. Just follow me on Twitter. Oh, okay. So you can follow me on kick.com. I see you came via kick.com. And when I go live, we can look maybe on the next stream or something. At some point, we can be discussing some ideas. Opening, middle game. There is I've got also your YouTube channel in which I put some beginner intermediates videos on opening files or blocking pawns. Pawn blockade, I think is the last video. You may want to have a quick look on that one at your convenience. So what do you do? Rook H. Gonna play here, gonna check, they're gonna go in the corner. Maybe yes, maybe not. My YouTube is the same like the username. You can read it now. Now it's Soren Chess Coach on YouTube. If you type it in, you can't miss it for sure. So Soren Chess Coach, and you're gonna see the YouTube channel. And there are some nice beginner intermediate videos. You might be finding them useful, at least to a point. So that might be good stuff for you. And then if you go live when we do some arena stuff, we might be discussing some more stuff. Check here with the rook. They go here. Even if they go in opposition, in the moment you want to checkmate, they're going to be coming out of the opposition. It's just says not found. That's weird. Okay, let me just try. If you go on chess.com, there is a link. If you go on chess.com. Okay. You got chess.com. You can send me a friend request if you want to. And then there is a link over there on the YouTube. It cannot not be. It cannot not be. Okay, so exactly as I said, opposition, but it's not gonna. Yeah, of course, you cannot not find it. Whatever happens, we all know Prague's gonna move on aside already. You're not gonna checkmate no one. Not today. Not gonna happen. Not with Prague, not now. It doesn't matter. Okay, there's nothing here to happen. King step aside, check. They go back. Rook here. King goes whatever they go. They might be going this way because the rook protects it, so you can push the pawn one more time. That's what I think is going to happen. King here. Didn't. Okay, he wants to checkmate. He wants to checkmate. The black king's going to move. So we're going to do this all over again. There's such complex topics under it. We'll have to look at specific positions. It's a very complex stuff. Opposition, key squares, when you have pieces other than the pawns, you mean like rook and knight and bishop. It's a very complex stuff. We'll just have to take them one by one and scenario by scenario. It's a very complex one. But we can definitely look at this just when we do, you know, just one topic per meeting at some point. We can just look at that one idea. Rookie 1, what does he want to do? What does he want to achieve? Okay, okay, guys, my 2 cents. This is gonna be a draw. Fabio will try to push the pawn, but he won't be able. Yeah. Everyone is rooting for someone, I guess. Every connational roots for their connational. Everyone does have one parent Indian or one parent American or whatever. Everyone is rooting for someone. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is still the game number 2. So Jackson, if you when you go to the watch and then you go to the events and Fide World Cup, they've got something called info, and they got schedule. And tomorrow, for instance, is game number 2 of round 7. You guys, you bet it's gonna happen a check now, right? You gotta end this one. If takes and takes, you gotta play this. Okay, this is very instructive now, because we're gonna see now the opposition right in. That's it. This is a draw. But black needs to play this one. What is he doing? Oh, he really wants to play it here, and then they're gonna be dropping this, right? Or they're gonna. Okay, that's it. Okay, game over. The club is wherever I may roam is on chess.com. When my username is there, just friend me a friend request or something, and I'll be sending you a link. So when you go to the clubs, there is something called Wherever I May Roam. So this is the club. You're more than welcome to be joining. So just join the club, and I'll be accepting it, guys. I hope you have more than 100 games, and your account is. Well, it don't matter even if you created it today, I guess. I'm normally looking for at least 2 months old, the account, and at least 100 games. That works specifically well when I'm playing an arena, so just trying to. Not at this minute now. I really need the snack. I need the break, so I won't be able to perform very well at this moment now. But I'll be definitely returning, guys, tomorrow. If you guys are available, we can have a look together collectively at what happens tomorrow in game number 2. There'll be Magnus and Abasov. Magnus going to be black then. And that would be quite exciting. Thanks very much for being here, guys. I'll see you very soon, which means tomorrow with game number 2. Thank you, guys. See you very soon.